clogging, yeah.
Clogging?
I understand.
We went through a dance, a clogging, let's see.
Something social and off the farm, so there we go. That's an awesome thing. Doesn't matter what it
Yes.
is. Yeah.
So Larry's been with us over 60 years now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Larry's been with us since, probably since it was over there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
As
Long,
children, we
long
played with
before.
one another.
And the Buell family's been involved with the cemetery since back in the 40s or early, but the term.
I had the chance to interview your dad when I first started, and I posted it on the cemetery portion of the website, and he said, well, I could go on for probably 8 hours easy, so you'll have to edit this. So you're gonna be with us for another 60 years then?
Oh, wait, no. I'm a long and gray, so he was probably in his 20s when he started.
That's wonderful, yeah. Did you have any questions or
Do
any?
you have any concerns?
No, Ron had asked me about Fairview, and I'm like, I'm glad to do this.
Glad to do this out there, yeah.
I think, as you guys know, Fairview's got some things to be worked on, so I don't want to be new and be in that kind of a
Yeah,
hard position. How's that?
yeah, makes perfect sense. But some of the stuff, if you find work over for Cheshire very well, and maybe it would, transfer nicely over to Fairview, it'd be nice, in my view, to standardize the things that we can standardize as far as forms or, approaches to how we manage to the extent that we're able to. I mean, they're two different animals a little bit, but
I'd have a lot of learning to do
yeah,
before I would agree.
yeah.
But certainly out here, I understand.
And officially, even though it's very more pro forma, it would also include Peachboro, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And it's
Well,
it's a part-time position. We need to get you with Claudia so you can get paperwork filled out. The normal paperwork that gets filled out.
I have the book here.
Oh, wonderful.
A book? A book to
A
fill out?
book of
A
paper
book, a
read.
stack of paperwork. It's a book.
Okay. Yeah, check off
Just make sure you follow it. Some people leave things off.
sheet.
Well, we can always count on you to catch that. So, very good. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to have a chance to meet you and say welcome, and we are just delighted to have you with us and helping to keep things moving along. As you know, your father's done an amazing job for decades, so to be able to learn from him and keep it going, we're very lucky and fortunate to have you guys.
I hope to be able to keep his standard going too. I mean, but it's good sometimes to be a perfectionist, and this is probably one of the places where that's true, so.
Yeah. And we have long had the reputation of having one of the finest cemeteries amongst townships around here. Most people don't think that that's something to be boastful about, but I think it's incredible because it takes a lot to manage a cemetery very well. And, we also have the contrast with Fairview of what happens when a cemetery is not managed well prior to our engagement with it.
I think it's important to be respectful in all ways for people who have lost a loved one, and just.
Absolutely.
And I think the way it's kept and all of that speaks to that, but as well as the way you interacted with them and whatnot, and answering phone calls, aware of some of your other dilemmas there in this space.
Yeah.
And one of the nice things about Cheshire Cemetery is that, because Larry has done a good job, he's avoided problems, which makes it run smoothly, because he has family back here,
My grave's back there too, right?
which I don't know if he told you, but we are related kind of way back when.
Yeah, he did.
Orlando Rolls.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Although he's not back here.
I was gonna say, are you close to the Rollsons back here? We'll get that off first.
Very good. Okay, well, that's all I had. Appreciate you coming in and meeting us, and we'll continue on with the agenda if that's all right. Great. Okay.
And if you let us know if you see things that need to be done or something like that, we'll try to get anything done that we can.
Sure, thank you.
And if you need to put off bad things to us, you probably do that too.
Yeah, no, the guys that are working here are awesome, they're good guys, you have that exposure to them, and they work well together, and they're going right into life all at the same time.
Yes.
It's all good.
That's fantastic.
So did you want to do other cemetery things now as well, or?
Yeah, we can do that, and then I can do public comment and get the old business. Yeah. What else with the cemetery?
Well, I was tasked with coming up with names.
Yes.
Okay, and so sometimes you can take hours and hours and hours and come up with the most obvious.
And that's in this case, is that?
Okay, so I came up with 3 names. I'm not wedded to any.
Okay.
One is Berlin Cemetery. One is Berlin Memorial Cemetery. And one is Evergreen Cemetery. Those were my 3. I chose not to add the word township in there for a couple of reasons. One is it makes the name longer. And 2, as many issues are there with Fairview, I don't necessarily want it exactly tied to us that, but yet it recognizes that it is us.
Mhm.
So, thoughts?
Could I ask why Evergreen?
Because I thought, well, you know what, we need something in case you don't like Berlin in it. But Evergreen has a positive connotation. It's not too long of a name, and it's a respectful name. I mean, I think, you would be happy to be buried at Evergreen.
Mhm.
It's peaceful, kind of sounding without
Yeah.
a religious connotation that might go toward one sectarian versus another.
Yeah.
So,
Are you suggesting that maybe we ought to plant some evergreens over there?
well, see, I didn't say evergreen tree because
I know.
I don't want a lot of trees, but a few, if we chose where they were and they were, that would be, I think, good.
And I like the tree connotation, that sort of thing. That's good.
Life, growth.
Yes.
Forever green.
Yes.
Sunny
You got it.
side, peaceful. Yeah, no, that's good.
And, we got Oak Grove and Delaware, which is a cemetery that's there. And getting away from Fairview would cut down on some of the confusion between this Fairview and the other Fairview in Delaware County.
Yes. And I couldn't find any other evergreen close.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can eliminate one,
Okay.
Berlin Cemetery. We can eliminate that one, so we get down to Berlin Memorial or Evergreen Cemetery. Any
Yeah.
preference for you?
I would agree. We could put Evergreen Cemetery, we could put Berlin Township below it, if we wanted to. Evergreen Cemetery works fine for me.
Berlin.
And Tony has said that changing the name probably isn't a problem. It's everything that's Fairview, just go on and correspond with that. Where we'll be confusing is for anybody coming, trying to find relatives in Fairview Cemetery. That's but Evergreen, I think, is as good as that.
Okay, I'm fine with Evergreen.
It's good.
Okay, that was shockingly easy.
I find things with this board is very easy, or it's not. It's not kind of easy.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, right, it's, yes, okay. Well, let's look into, so what's the next step? Do you want to reach out to Tony and mention, should we do a motion now or wait and get some information from Tony and have a resolution made up for it?
Well, here's what I would suggest, is that we tell Tony that we have chosen the name Evergreen, what does he need to do to make it so? And then do the resolution.
Yeah, that sounds
And
good.
if he has a issue in doing that, then we will know there's a problem. But if you ask, we'll be doing this in 3 months.
Very good. So what I'll do is, do you want me to send it out to Tony? Or do you want to?
I'm just trying to get what I got going on over there with him.
Okay, I'll send it, I'll send it.
Yeah, but
So I'll say the board has reached a general consensus on the name, and we'd like to know what the next steps are to approach it, making that an official name change. Please advise at this time, see where we're at. Wonderful. Anything else with cemeteries? Sally?
I'm just thinking about that. How about you write the letter, we decided to, or are deciding to change the name to Evergreen Cemetery, unless you've got some concerns.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that it doesn't take a whole lot of work on his part.
Yep.
And it might be good to say to him in case he has an issue with the name, because there is somebody who has it.
Right. Never know. Okay. Good, and what about,
On the pricing, we've written that up and we got that going. The one thing that is an issue, but it probably isn't an issue, but is the previous owners let the grave settle, but a lot of times they put the marker in before the grave is settled. So those markers have settled. And what the tactic they had asked me about is should the owner pay for having the cemetery marker reset? And I said, I believe so, because they never paid us to start with. And the job to put it in could turn out to be a big job. It's not a little job, because if it's settled probably quite a bit around it. So you're gonna build it back up and then you're gonna dig it all, you have all the stuff to do to put it in. And as far as we're concerned, we never received any money associated with putting that marker in. for those. And I wanna put that in the organizational minutes to get it correct, but I believe that's what we need to do.
okay, do we need to do that before the next organizational meeting?
I can talk about it, but I was just gonna try to get the wording to
Yeah,
look at it. And the other thing on the cemetery, we need to look at our pricing, because cost of concrete has gone up dramatically. And concrete continues to go up. It's about $175 a cubic yard right now, and they're talking about maybe close to $200 a yard.
And you know what is driving the price a little bit? What is driving the price a little bit is Intel, because they have 4 major
right,
board days that are unusually large. It's taking everything everywhere in a very big
Yeah,
circle.
from all around, from hours and hours around.
They told me that they put a package plant at the Intel plant. But there's a packaged concrete plant there for doing concrete for Intel. But it's just sucking up an awful lot of the concrete, everything else.
So there is positives of Intel, and there are costs associated with those positives.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the infrastructure and the construction alone is gobbling up many of our resources from around here. Hopefully, the outcome is such that it also gives back to it all, you know?
I think it will.
Yeah.
I think it's a net positive.
Yeah,
It's
me
just that
too.
we have to recognize.
Absorb a pretty hefty load to start.
And last week we did dug the cemetery markers at Cheshire and the cemetery markers at Fairview, formed them up at Cheshire and poured full concrete, and used about 2 trucks. One was 11 yards and the second one was like a yard and a half, but it was all done in one day. And that's one of the biggest pours we've ever had.
Yeah, that's impressive. So we have a couple of old items on cemetery 2. So we can remove assistant cemetery sexton from the agenda next week. Fairview lot sales, that should be, we resolved that, didn't we, last week as well? Last meeting?
We talked about it, or we kind of delayed it, but I haven't gotten with Tony. Tony understands what we want to do, but I've not gotten anything back from him saying what we should do as far as being able to sell lots to people that either have too high walls or that have need for a lot for an additional family member, that sort of thing. And that's all we're looking at doing
Yeah,
with the sale of the lots.
yeah,
And that's kind of in Tony's hands at this point.
okay, so we'll keep that on the agenda, but
Yep.
delay it. And then I had put on deed signatures. I don't recall who I received a note from, but there was an indication that deeds were being signed by sometimes only one trustee, which is fine, right? Or, I'm sorry, there was one trustee who was not signing the deeds and they were still going out, which they can have two, and then you.
Two is okay, yeah.
And then you. So there was a request to make certain that saying it would be nice if all the trustees sign it.
Yes.
So if we can make that happen, I don't know who it was, if it was me or if it's just been, that's the way that we've been sending it out. So if we can try to make that happen, I think that would be nice to have a deed signed by all three trustees, but it's not necessary. So just wanted to bring it up because I had received that feedback.
And in terms of this cemetery, there's lots of grave spaces back there. I don't know how many there are that are not sold, but there's lots and lots of grave spaces. One thing we can do, and one thing that state law was just changed recently to allow us to do, is the two cemeteries that are back there that are basically closed could be reopened, and we could use the state law to reclaim those spaces if we wanted to. And there's probably a couple thousand grave spaces in there that we don't need them right now, don't have a use for them. But the way the state law is written, we can have a right of re-entry if it hasn't been used.
They haven't been sold though, have they?
Pardon?
Those lots haven't been sold, have they?
No.
Okay, yeah, so there's no reason that we couldn't agree.
But those cemeteries were so old that there was no records
Right.
of who owns a cemetery lot or something else. And somebody could drag a deed out from 200 years ago that says they owned a lot. Or they found grandma's stuff that they were throwing away. But they own some lots in those cemeteries. But we can use the right of re-entry law that was put in place but it's a big process. We have to reopen the cemeteries. We have to go through and identify all the spaces and then do some advertising in the paper and that sort of thing for those lot spaces. But I'm just bringing it up because it's an option so we don't look like we've got to go acquire more land somewhere for another cemetery or more cemetery lots. We got enough back there to last us a long time as it is right now without ever even touching those two cemeteries. Those two cemeteries per current law allows us to do that. And we might want to think about doing it just from the standpoint of state law changes.
Yes. And this is our opportunity. I would want to, when we reopen them, so not make them.
We'd have to make them available or anything.
Well, right now, I mean, how we did it before, when we had lots that we didn't really want people to purchase, we made them available for the indigent. And then what could happen by the board later is if there isn't a need by that many indigents, they could take it out of the indigent board, make them available for the public to purchase.
And I don't want somebody reading into this or thinking that I'm saying we gotta open those up because we need cemetery land. Because we don't need cemetery land. We got enough spaces to handle us for the foreseeable future. But we may want to do that just from the standpoint of getting it done while the law allows us to do it before somebody does something crazy that makes it so we can't do it.
That makes sense.
Well, and if we were to do that, I like your suggestion starting with making them available to one population and then potentially to the public later.
Right.
Yeah, because that way we don't have a wave of, and it's been interesting to look at, I don't know how to word this exactly, but innovations in cemeteries and how people are honoring those that pass, and there's like these urns where they have ashes into trees that are then planted and the trees grow and different things like that. And we have our oscillarium, I never say it right. And it seems like that's pretty well underutilized right now.
I don't think we've sold any.
You haven't sold any?
I don't think we've sold any.
Oh, okay, so, I mean, I think maybe having,
Maybe.
if we were gonna reopen the land, something that might be interesting to consider would be different spaces and potentially different ways of utilizing it.
Yes, but one of the reasons why I kind of would like to avoid putting current burials there is the large contrast of type of headstones that would be there. You'd have headstones that were very appropriate in the 17 and 1800s next to 2000.
A lot of them are limestone, and they don't last forever.
So just like we have like transitional zoning, maybe we need transitional graving. Or
I'm actually
maybe,
serious.
no, I know, because maybe those that like a particular style, maybe a particular area would be better for them if they were committed to doing, older headstone looking, versus newer style. I mean, those are all, I think.
Well, that's an interesting question that Tony could spend a great deal of time on, and there's not a rush to get an answer on, is can we restrict the type of headstones? And it really is zoning.
But those, we could look at just making those surface mount in that section, in those sections with, so that the only thing you would see is what's there now,
Mhm.
other than when you got in there and walked in it.
Yeah.
There's lots of ways to look at it.
Mhm.
But again, nobody should read into it that we got a problem. What I'm looking at is just looking at the future and
Right.
taking advantage of the law that
Yeah.
allows us to do it now.
Yeah,
I totally get it.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
yeah, absolutely.
Because who's to say somebody else doesn't come along and, hey, yeah, I don't want to do that.
And then we find ourselves running out of spaces later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then the final one for cemetery was file cabinets for cemetery records.
You want to?
The file cabinets for cemetery records.
I was gonna recommend the $1,600 one that we could get from Amazon, was where I was at, but I don't have the,
We can.
Claudia's got the numbers and.
Yeah.
It's a fireproof cabinet, it's not the top of the line, but it's $1,500, $1,600.
Do you have the quote, or the estimate, and we can just go ahead and.
I don't have one for 1,600.
Can you bring that? This one is 2710.
Mhm.
This one, she does not have one for 1,600 from Amazon. Was it from Fire King?
Yeah, for Fire King has, there's different specifications on it. There's ones that are good for an hour, there's other ones that are good for 8 hours, that sort of thing. The Fire King makes the,
An 8-hour fire would be quite a fire.
oh
An 8-hour fire would be quite a fire.
yeah,
That would, yes, that would be quite a fire. Okay. Don't see, it was from Amazon,
it's a Fire King, I don't remember the rating on it,
$1,600.
roughly.
I'm not seeing anything.
Four-door,
Where, George, did you find that?
$16.99.
No, just, this one?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Is it legal size?
That's a 4-drawer though. Is that enough? Because the other ones are all, what, 6? Are they 6?
I was just looking.
They're 4.
They're 4.
They're tall ones.
Yeah.
Therefore,
Are they legal?
They're full.
dimensions.
Are they legal?
dimensions, Are they what?
Legal size?
Because the
Yeah.
deeds are,
Dimensions 17 and a half wide, which isn't legal 18. Isn't legal 18 by, or something bad. Let's see,
Okay.
let's see,
No, it's not 18. Legal is it?
legal is now 14.
Legal's 14, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
And the thing is, for the number of legal pages, you can always fold it over.
sure, but it'd be nice to not have to do that. Does not say either way that it takes legal.
I can keep looking, I'll pull up here if you wanna continue.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that, Chief.
Sure.
Okay, because that would be nice to just get that squared away tonight.
Okay. Then I'd make a motion that we appropriate up to, not to exceed $2,000 for the purchase of a fireproof filing cabinet from Amazon for the Fairview Cemetery records.
second,
Cemetery records. And authorize Ron Bullard to make whatever commitments are necessary to achieve ordering and delivery. So moved.
I second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion?
Is it, do we have a way of not paying sales tax with Amazon?
Well, I just have to put all that back in there again. I
But
took it all out and then,
We're kind of doing it piecemeal, but what we'll do is we just automate that. We've got a credit card we can use, we can set up an account, we can do everything with Amazon to be able to do it, but not buying it on someone's personal account because of the sales tax issues and that sort of thing. So
well, I don't know if it's $2,000, I have enough to do that. Forget what my limit is. I'll just use your guys' limit with my limit. And the cemetery's limit.
well, you really shouldn't need a limit. I mean, you're talking about, yeah, because we'll have a resolution.
We will do it when we got the money. Okay. We got the ability to do
And so you're starting an Amazon business account, is that what you're saying?
Oh, I didn't say that. I said that.
So we'll have an Amazon business account set up? Because I think that will actually be really helpful for a number of other things too.
AJ, how do you do it? Because you do a lot on Amazon.
Right now it's just on a credit card.
I mean, do you have an account set up? Because is it under your name or?
Yeah, it's on the department's name. For Berlin Township Fire.
And you're able to get the sales tax not on there easily.
Yeah, I think you just have to set up an Amazon business account though, right? And then there's some different options.
Business Prime. that's what
Business
we-
Prime,
Which
yeah.
we're already paying for, so we can just expand it. We should be able to section it out to users.
I'll talk to you later about it.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
I just did it on mine before and sent, gave them an exemption certificate. But I didn't think where I keep.
Yeah,
mine,
you
so
should do it on,
I
yeah,
took it off and
yeah. Okay, anything else for cemetery?
we need to vote on that.
All right, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Yes,
Got carried away in the
one other thing.
discussion.
Telephone wise, I think I understand why we get calls from time to time. And part of it is, the cemetery sextons, neither Larry nor Tim, nor, anybody else, Jackie, has a, phone line that when you call the township, it goes to them, you can leave a message for them. Because what we get is, we've got a phone line, each one of us assigned to us, we get a message, it converts it from voice to text, and we get an email, so we get the message as an email message. And when people are trying to call the cemetery, they call the township number, and they don't get an option that gets them to the cemetery. So they just bounce around, figure out whoever they can get to answer the phone. And I wanted to talk with, Claudia and I talked about this, we may need to add a line to be able to get a cemetery sexton line and messages so that we can send the messages to whoever the sexton is at the time. And I wanted to bring that up as a discussion topic, and if we can act on it, we can act on it, but just want to put that out for thought.
So I love the idea of the sexton having their own line, as long as they are set up to receive those voicemails to their email, just like how we are, which means then we need to make certain that they're on their email. However, I also think it is important to note that the calls that I have received numerously over the last 2 months, not one of them has been in regards to Cheshire Cemetery.
Mhm.
So while I appreciate the sentiment of adding a line, and I think that that might help, I'm receiving calls that are saying something to the effect of, I've tried to call X, and X has not responded in this amount of time.
And I was trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
What I
Well,
want to do is to get it so that we gave them an option that would allow them, if they call the township, to be able to get to the cemetery sexton. And maybe one message, because the cemetery sexton's phone numbers are published and they're everywhere, but just one cemetery sexton and be able to leave a message. And we could forward that to whoever we wanted to.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate that we contribute or not, but my dad will take a phone call no matter what it says on his phone because he's afraid he'll miss a call for the cemetery. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not like that. When I see those potential spam, I'm not answering it.
Right.
But he answers every phone call because he doesn't want to miss an important phone call. So what you've got are both ends of the spectrum.
Right.
I'm not gonna be Larry, but I'm also not gonna be X.
Yeah, right,
So,
right.
Getting an email for me would be perfect.
Yeah, so that sounds like a really great,
And then you could tell if he's accessed that email as well. So
Yeah.
X is X.
yeah, whoever it is. So if we have an account set up, that would be helpful. And so that sounds like that's a good resolution. I still would like to have executive session later related to issues concerning employment too. But I think that that would be a good resolution for the time being. It sounds like that would work really well for our new assistant cemetery sexton too.
I'm not sure, I'd have to check with Accent, if we have one line that comes in here, if the emails can go to multiple people. That's what we have to check on. Because right now, the line, your guys's go to extensions. So we may have to have a line and then an extension for Fairview and an extension for Cheshire. And then whether they go to both you and Larry or just one of you, would it matter or?
No, Dad, until he's
Okay.
no or something happens.
Well, but he doesn't use his email. He uses his phone, right?
He does not. He has an email, but he doesn't use it.
So it might be more beneficial if we have the emails go to you, if that's your preferred method, because he'll answer the call or do the phone call.
Sure, well, he's not doing this one. The other option is to put on the website, contact cemetery sexton, where they choose which cemetery they're talking about, and then it would go to the appropriate person. I mean, all of us, when we're trying to find somebody and we're at wit's end and trying to find somebody, are looking at the website trying to figure it out too. People would find it that way.
Yeah.
Without you paying extra money for a line or any of those.
Well, we do have on the website the individual numbers. We say if it's Fairview, it's 10-4. If it's Cheshire, it's Larry Beal. So we do have that already indicated. Did you have something?
Yes, I just, a humorous anecdote. I got a call about somebody being upset not able to access the cemetery. So after I took a little while to figure it out, and they confirmed Berlin Township, and I said, yes, what county? Erie.
Erie County.
I get those calls all the time.
Yeah.
For anything and everything.
That's the first I've gotten from Holmes County and some of the others, but never Erie.
Yeah, I don't ask. I just say, up, you got the wrong Berlin Township.
I've spent a half an hour talking to a gal about Berlin Township in Erie County. And it was a pleasant conversation. We knew after a couple minutes, but I just kept talking to her. She had some general questions about townships.
It was funny because I actually spent a fair amount of time with this gentleman.
Yeah,
Well,
it's,
I've gotten calls too. Got a call from a guy who was complaining about the weeds you grown up in the cemetery and all that sort of stuff. I just been by, I looked at it, and it had been mowed recently. I thought, man, you know, it's sure, but I think it was Homestown. But,
homes.
you know, but there's 5 Berlin townships.
That's good.
Anyhow, this, let Claudia and I work on that, but I'm just bringing it up to.
I think it's a great idea generally,
I
and
don't even think it needs a motion because it shouldn't involve a whole lot of money.
yeah,
But we can make it a motion at some point, but we will explore it, see where it goes.
well, and it might be good if we're exploring that, not to get too far off topic, but there also isn't like a general administrative question line. It says zoning or trustees. And so we might look at maybe adding 2 or 3 lines and just kind of see, like, if it's administrative, maybe that then goes directly to Kathy as opposed to, or whoever, if we have the township specialist eventually, and that goes just kind of directly to that individual. And then we have, for the cemetery, we could have a message where we say, if you're trying to contact Cheshire, call this number. If you're trying to contact for Fairview, call this number. Because on my line, I give the township my other number because it goes to my cell. So I don't really get voicemails that I've responded to, because then they just call my cell, which works out well.
Okay, that's all I got on subject, unless you
Okay.
got something else.
Okay, that's good for cemetery. I'm gonna jump down, so I want to go back up and welcome any public comment at this time. Hearing none.
Make a motion that we approve the April 24th,
No, those aren't ready yet.
2023 regular meeting minutes and the May 8th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. So moved. And dispense with the reading of same. So moved.
Neither are ready.
May 8th is ready. April, I'm still waiting on,
RJ?
Okay.
Okay. Do you
So
want
just-
a
so
friendly
just-
amendment?
Yeah, just the
May 8th.
I second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and why don't we go down without objection to fire?
Okay, excellent. Okay, so we have,
And I'm sorry, it was my fault, the requisitions didn't get put on the agenda, I missed that.
do you want to start with requisitions then?
I'm just saying they're not on there because
Okay. So the first one I have is requisition,
And you have copies if you. And you all would have got it in your email. I discovered they were in my outbox. We had an internet issue.
Oh, did Eric of IT need real help?
It was resolved with the internet providing. That was the issue on there. They were working across the street. If you guys had same issues with that, but,
so if you have any problems with these, we can always delay. But the first one is requisition 2023-11 to Man 5352 LLC for one rescue technician class at an amount of $3,900 with an expected cost of $3,250.
So moved.
If there's no objections, I so move.
Second. Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Discussion? You have any issue with that, trustee Bullard?
No.
Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. The next one is 2023-12 to Columbus Supply for rescue equipment for an amount of $10,478.35 with an expected cost of $8,731.96. I so move.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion?
Chief, do you want to discuss that one just a little bit?
I can, there's 12 different line items, that's why I didn't put each one on. Some of them are simple, as replacing some carabiners. 2 harnesses, looking at some of the bigger ticket items to replace ones that are expiring or damaged. From nothing in the last 5 or 10 years that we're replacing, it's all older than that. Pulley systems, a couple helmets, rescue tech helmets with lights, and those will be put on the trucks. So every truck will have them instead of them being issued to individual people. So we'll put them on every truck. So one less thing they have to carry with them back and forth. And again, this is just kind of, most of this is to enhance our capabilities specifically in this area. Some of the issues we have, I won't call them cliffs, but where the young folks like to jump off. Sometimes if we have to ascend down, or if we can't, we'll have to be able to haul somebody back up. We run into at Allen Creek if they're not accessible by boat or on the trail. We've had a couple incidents where, especially in the hunting area, tree stand accidents, where they'll get kind of caught halfway and we have to climb up and do our rigging to be able to lower it down. So all of these systems will help us. Some of these are to put in a kit together, so we don't have to take the time to rig it each particular time. It's kind of a time saving, kind of pre-rigged together, and we keep them together in the same bag and system. So it really does save time when we're trying to. Otherwise, you have to put each of those components together individually and tie different things. Most of it is enhancing. A couple of the items are to replace outdated or equipment.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. The next requisition is for 2023-13. It's for station furniture and room furnishment. So it's to, I move approving appropriation of wall beds manufacturing for prevention office, captain office, assistant chief delivery and installation for an amount of $34,266 with an expected cost of $28,555.
Second.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Next is requisition 2023-14 for inspection, cleaning, and repair of 15 sets of turnout gear. So I move appropriations for Phoenix Safety Outfitters for inspection, cleaning, and repair for an amount of $5,040 with an expected cost of $4,200.
Second.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
The next one is upon the recommendation of the fire chief, part-time firefighter Paul Ball and Bagley, having met all their goals set forth by the chief during their probationary periods, be removed from probationary status with a pay increase to $16.10, which is more than if it were $16,000 a year. Effective May 28, 2023. So moved.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes. Yes.
Please send
I
congratulations.
will. If the board will indulge, I just have one other update. We posted our most recent for part-time and our full-time posting. We've reached over 10,000 views on our posting.
Oh,
So, and we,
And
yeah.
you only put that on Facebook?
No, we put it on lots of different social medias and there's been a lot of shares, but
nice. I shared it.
there's a lot
I
of.
may account for 5 of those.
Well, we had 7,400 views in the first 24 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're up over 10,000 and we're already seeing applications and everything. So, that's all I had for the fire, but I did find,
Oh, you did find
I
it.
think the price, in this one is on the Fire King website. But when you go to Amazon, 19,1807, and I think the difference in price is because this one is for legal. That is definitely for the legal
Oh,
size.
okay, so
Whereas the
it's
other
the
one was not the legal size.
4P2131 CPA Patriot.
The only thing I couldn't find is I wanted to make sure it had the same fire
Can you
rating.
send a link or something?
I can't.
Yeah.
I'll send
Send a
it.
link to me and one.
Will do. Okay.
Very good.
Anything else from the board?
No, thank you as
May I be
always.
dismissed?
Oh,
Thank you.
Chief, just a question
Yes, sir.
kind of came to me. The road department has a bunch of equipment that we use for roads and all that sort of stuff. Sometimes that may be to your advantage to be able to use some of that.
Mhm.
And in the past, fire departments used it, whenever they needed it, that sort of thing.
Well, that brings up a question. We're at the beginning of the season and typically, I'd like to go down to Niagara and Columbus and we get, and you guys will know, if the word escapes me, the big cardboard bins, they donate water to us.
Mhm.
So I would like to use maybe one of the pickups or coordinate, with Jesse to go down and then we can split it between maintenance and fire.
Sure.
And it's free and it saves us from having to buy bottled water.
So they donated.
They do.
So we need to, as a board, accept that donation.
Okay. I'll bring it.
Mm.
Before, after? Okay. I'll get whatever paperwork or whatever they send us. That's something that they usually send out to the county annually to take advantage of. So I'll do that, see if I can't have that on the next board meeting.
What I was thinking too was like, you may get into a situation where you got a rescue in the park
Mhm.
and in a place where you can't get to it, maybe the gated can.
Yes,
That sort of stuff.
especially because right now, I mean, we used to have the county, equipment there and then they moved it to Medic 7, which doesn't seem to make sense. It's completely the opposite end of the county. But right now, we have to wait and make sure we either call for them, which would be coming from essentially Westerville or BST&G, but that, are they in quarters? Are they coming from quarters? So that would actually be potentially a big benefit to be able to utilize that.
Is Medic 7 Northgate?
That is the one, Shamrock Towing is back there. It's kind of, Medic 7 used to be in the Kroger Plaza there.
Yeah, that's
They
Northgate.
moved, yes, they moved just north of that. They redid an existing building, between Shamrock.
Yeah, that's
Towing.
not very centrally located.
It is not. I was maybe gonna bring that up with the board next time to see if there was any, reason that you guys knew why it left, or if there would be any, reasons not to maybe initiate that conversation, have it back.
I don't see any reason it wouldn't be here. I mean, of our doing. I mean, it's to our advantage.
I think it is. Okay, and we're one of the few, departments that's co-housed right now, so.
Yeah.
The Medic 7 is not co-housed.
Maybe the county needs another set of them.
They might. Okay. I know, I'm sorry, I didn't stand up to meet you earlier, AJ. Very nice to meet you. Thank you, welcome. All right, if the board is good, then I will dismiss myself. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
you.
Bye.
Be in touch with my bag of paperwork.
If
Take
you need
care.
help on that paperwork, you let me know. I messed mine up.
Learn my mistakes.
By the way, did you get that paperwork done?
I have one of the two, the other one will be done tomorrow.
Speaking of, okay.
And I will make copies and send it to you.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So just so that you guys are aware, I did not think we had the zoning hearing tonight. So I had asked Chris if he could stop by to give us an update on some things. He wanted to provide an update on both the TIF matter and as well as the pending litigation. So I might want to text him to say maybe 8 o'clock or see if he can, or do you want me to see?
Did you tell him 7?
Mhm.
Sure, it's probably.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Vacation use policy. So this was really a matter that we wanted to bring forward in conjunction with our annual employee handbook update. And that was also to be in conjunction with collective bargaining. So I'm not sure if we have anything to move forward with on related to that, but if we don't, then maybe we should hold this off until we have collective bargaining, then handbook, then policies.
I wish I'd asked, Chief, but we've given dates and we have not yet met, so
Okay.
we are where we were last meeting.
Okay, well, with regards to this, at this time, you can remove this from the agenda moving forward. And what we'll do is, once we get collective bargaining in place, then we'll review our appropriate documentation and we'll talk through whatever needs modified at that time. And also hopefully integrate the apparel policy into the handbook at that time. Okay, welcome to Berlin Township.
The road department asked me to see if I could start that and maybe get it moving because they have need for pants.
Oh, for the apparel policy?
Yeah.
Yes, and I did look at, so I looked at what the handbook had related to uniforms, and it's very sparse. So I think that we can move forward at least with what you had recommended. I just had a couple of like grammatical modifications, nothing to the policy. And then what I had proposed before was really related to elected officials and basically non-roads department members. So they all overlay
And
perfectly fine.
non-fire,
And non-fire, yeah,
which is most of our employees, those two groups.
non-fire and non-roads. Employees, and it's been a while since we looked at what I had written up, but I did have an option for those who volunteer to purchase a shirt at their own expense directly through Egelhoff. And you guys are still okay with that?
Mhm.
Okay, well, with that being said, then what I'll do is I'll order the shirts for us. Get your size, because you like one particular shirt a while back, and so get the sizes, get things ordered.
They're not interested in patches, because what they do is put patches on the old
Yeah,
jackets.
and she did say that, she had a patch for us too, so, let me check in with them. And we can go from there.
I mean, they have a lot of uses for the patches, the bib overalls and the yellow, safety jackets and all that sort of stuff.
Do you want me to just reach out to Jesse on that, to work through the patches over the next couple of weeks? Work through the apparel that they need?
I'll talk to Jesse. Jesse was the one that asked me to keep it moving,
Keep them moving forward.
which we've been doing.
Yeah.
And told him that he'd like to go buy some pants, that's what he'd like to do, not for himself, but for Sam. Sam lost a whole bunch of weight. His pants are, he needs to,
You need new pants, okay.
it needs to be done.
Well then, we'll just, do you wanna bring forward the motion then on the policy that you brought forward related to roads? And then, from 2 weeks ago?
Well, do you agree in what the general points of,
Yes,
as long as you agree with the points, then we can put them in the book however we want to. If we agree with those, I'm more than happy to bring forward a motion and say, we ought to do that.
You were comfortable with the
Which is,
roads uniform apparel policy? Okay.
There was a time that I probably wouldn't have been, but the township is financially in a situation that we can't, so I think it's reasonable.
Yeah.
So I don't want people to think I've gone back on the way I have viewed policy.
Fair.
It's that our circumstances have changed, and so I think it's appropriate to change because our circumstances allow us some flexibility that we didn't used to have.
Yeah. And I appreciate that clarification as well. Did you see the, you wanna,
I'm just trying to find a copy of what I
I
have.
think you might have emailed it too.
Has anybody got a copy of it? Because I handed it out the last meeting, but
Yeah, here, let's do this real quick. This was the modifications.
make a motion that we use,
Yeah, label it something.
today's the 24th, right?
22nd.
22nd? Okay, I make a motion that we approve exhibit A dated 5/22 of 23 for the proposed motion on clothing purchase for the road department as modified. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Okay, and then that
Did you
was-
say yes?
needs to go to Claudia or?
Did you say yes?
Yes. Or-
So we got that. That's good. And then I'll still consolidate that all together so that we just have one working document. And
Can I keep that, kind of make a copy of it, and I'll get it back to you before we leave? I'll make a couple copies, or, no, if you got it, that's fine. I'll send you what I've got electronically.
Is it different than this?
It just.
It's not
There's some
different.
changes on
It
here.
doesn't have changes on it. You'd have to touch, you would have to touch open page.
Yeah. Send it to me.
Okay.
I think you already have it.
okay, welcome to Berlin Township signs. I did not have the opportunity to work on design, so let's keep that on the agenda for next meeting.
So can we go back to the other apparel policy still staying on the agenda?
Yeah, you can keep the other one on there. Yeah, let's do that. And maybe specify for non-road employees or something like that.
And try.
And non-fire and non-roads employees. Precision and accuracy. Okay. Jed, last email I received was from May 9th, indicating that they had reached out to Sean McCarter had reached out to Concord and Shawnee for a discussion, and I haven't heard any updates since. It's not, doesn't seem to be moving very fast, and I'm not entirely sure why, but it also isn't an urgent need, so, I'm not sure if you guys have any recommendations, but I'm happy to follow up or do what's necessary.
Where's the holdup at?
Initially, I had reached out to Sean, and after about 3 weeks, he had mentioned, oh, I don't have who represents Concord, and I gave him Joe's information. And then he reached out to them on the 9th, and then I haven't received updates since.
If you'd like, I can call Joe and try to because he promised me that they would have a meeting and make it happen.
Okay,
I'll do that again,
yeah, so
or remind him of it.
Sean reached out to Joe and Shawnee representation on May 9th. And maybe just even having a conversation with Sean would be good for Joe.
Joe indicated that he could pull Shawnee Hills into it and make it happen very quickly.
Okay, so
I
that,
will
on
remind
that
him that he can do that.
Okay, he is welcome to do that, so that's good. Okay. Grant writer, I didn't have the chance to chat with, Alan Freeman yet, so keep that on the agenda as well. Again, not an urgent item, but, just important, so I want to keep it on the agenda. Parks and Trails update, really productive meeting. Last Wednesday, we had Morpsey come in and they had done an analysis, I think fairly thorough. We had a number of different stakeholders and representatives here. We had Jeff Gordon from Olentangy. We had individual from Source Point. We had Orange,
Tiffany Jenkins.
Tiffany Jenkins from Delaware County, Brown Township representation, and then the Parks and Trails Board. So I thought it was a really productive meeting. We ended up having sort of different tables laid out of maps, and then everybody sort of contributed to what they thought were, for example, danger spots, things to watch for, known paths that are coming into play. Chatted a little bit with Jeff Gordon about the multi-use path at the high school, because it's not going to go all the way up to the Peanut.
I thought that's what he said, and then he changed what he said. I thought it was going to go up to the Peanut, but it was not going to go parallel to Berlin Station, is what I thought I heard.
Interesting.
Because at one point in time, we had thought Berlin Farm West was going, well, it may still be, a trail coming straight down towards the high school at I'll say the center point between the beginning and ending of the property on Berlin Station Road to the high school. So my thought was, he said that is not in the plans, and more than that, he was not going to have it happen. I mean,
Well, he wasn't going to pay for it.
yes. But I thought he changed what he said, and that it was going to go up to the,
Okay.
but he said both things, so I don't really know.
What he said last year was he would take the trail, which he did, from Glenby up to the high school,
To the
and
parking lot.
then to the parking lot. And then this year, at the last conversation was 2023, which they did. And then in 2023, they would go from the driveway, which it is now, to the Peanut. And they weren't gonna go last year because they were working on that area. The Peanut was being worked on. It was just something that was too late for them to do anything with it in the year before they would be able to do it, but that they would do it in 2023. And that's what Jeff Gordon told me.
Okay, so
last
maybe,
But
If
I
he
think it
calls up
may,
and reminds me of that, I'll do that.
but I think he may have indicated that part of the hang up and the delay is drainage.
yeah, that's what he
Yeah,
said, was that the ditch was too deep and they weren't going to pay to get the trail over that ditch, was what he shared in the meeting. So that's why I thought he wasn't gonna go to the Peanut.
Well, I can show you examples where the water running across the trails. So there are other areas along Pike Road.
Yes.
And down along North Street and that sort of stuff, where it just went through the ditches and that sort of stuff. Why would that be any different?
Right. Well, the depth, he was mentioning the depth of it, that the ditch was very deep. So he said it wouldn't be really conceivable for the school to pay for figuring out the solution to get the trail over that ditch.
So that might be a question if the county would allow it in the ditch. They might.
What you're talking about is just like a driveway culvert.
Yeah, that's right.
To put in the ditch and then be able to, 10-foot section or 15,
Yeah.
20-foot section of driveway culvert, be able to get across it and keep going.
That shouldn't be that expensive.
That shouldn't be that expensive, it shouldn't be that big a deal.
Well, you seem to think a little bit differently about that when we spoke, at least that was my impression. And so I actually chatted with Tiffany Jenkins and said, well, you guys have the trail support program for the county, maybe you guys could give the money to Olentangy to build whatever needs to be built to get that trail to the Peanut, because.
I think there's some safety issues if it's not built, because.
That's what we were saying, yeah.
Because as you know, my view of trails is that if it's used, it's a positive thing, and if it's just there to be pretty, I don't care.
Right.
I think that one is going to be used, and I think it will be a safety issue. So I think, rarely do I think they must be built, but that one I think must be built.
And I think,
On the
and I think
green
what-
side.
I think what will happen with the development there on the northwest corner of that intersection is that will drive, whether or not there's a trail along Pearl Station. Because if there's a path to be able to get across, there's a green space there in the back around those houses, if they can get down through there to be able to get to the school, they will. And then they'll just walk across the road and walk in the
Right.
space and that sort of stuff. And that's what will drive the trail more than anything else.
Is the reality of how people cross. And a number of folks mentioned as well that, after football games and stuff like that, I mean, you just have droves of people already crossing Pyatt Road to go to the Pines.
Correct.
And they aren't using
I've
a
experienced it.
crosswalk, they aren't using, and it's very dark, of course. And so I think that there's a number of safety concerns that we should try to stay out in front of, because it's only gonna get worse with the middle school. And then 500 plus homes to the north now of the high school, that all of them from elementary through high school could potentially be walkers
Yes,
crossing that road.
yes.
So I think we really need to get out in front of it. Maybe you could chat with Jeff and just say, see what the plans are to confirm. Because he did say both ways, but then in our discussion, I thought he was leaning towards there wouldn't be a path because of the depth of the ditch. But I don't know, I could be off base on that.
We should get the county to size it, but it seems to me I've got to be a driveway culvert.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But, one of the schools that I went to, they would put up a building and they would put in sidewalks, and then there would have to be a debate about they should just plant all the grass and then put sidewalks where the grass was worn out. Once people started using it and going to the buildings and stuff, because then they would know where to put the sidewalks. Because right now, when they engineer it, they put it where they think they should go, and when people started using it, they cut across the lawn, and that was just where it was. And then you went back and put more sidewalks in where the grass
Yes,
was
yes,
all away.
yes, and I think that could very likely happen. The impediment here, though, will be that sign. People won't cut across there, but there will be, I believe, people use it going parallel to Pyatt because they will be going to the middle school, et cetera. So there will be people that will.
And what's the county gonna do there along Pearl Station? It's a Doug Riedel question, because they're widening that, they'll widen it from the railroad track to Black Hills, my understanding. And, are they gonna put a trail, or are they gonna put like a 10-foot wide blacktop section along the side of the road, that people could walk on? It would be better if it was a trail,
Yeah,
separated from it, but, I would think they would do that just to be able to get the points. There's got trails in places all over the place.
Yes, well, I think some of them are useless. But it was interesting after that meeting, I don't know if you want my general thoughts.
yeah, I did.
It made me start thinking about them actually happening. And then practicality, because one of the things that they talked about is that there were certain places that, especially like on Africa Road and Old State Road, that would for practicality, a trail would have to be put onto the road that can't be widened.
Mhm.
Cheshire Road is another example.
Cheshire is, yeah.
So my thought was, is that a trail, if it does go along Old State Road, South Old State Road,
Mhm.
that it might want to either cut over at Peachblow Road
Mhm.
or Hollenbach Road,
Mhm.
because especially Hollenbach Road is flat. It
Mhm.
wouldn't be, relatively, it would be less expensive than some of the other areas.
Right.
And then it would cut back along Cheshire, or it would continue up, and I didn't really like this idea, but it made me think Kerr Road is flat too.
Mhm.
And Kerr Road would make sense, and it would take it to the next middle school, or the
Right.
future middle school,
Mhm. Yeah.
which will make some people that I know unhappy.
Right.
But I observed again, the number of bicyclists on Sweeney Road, I hadn't paid attention to that really before, every day.
Mhm.
And it's also a flat road that we don't have right of way on, but relatively speaking, would be less expensive to put a trail on. And then I could make a loop to Rolson Road,
Yeah.
and it would connect
You
with.
got it. Well, you wanna put forward a motion?
No, no. I'm just saying what makes sense.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That kind of pieces it together.
And then it would also tie into 3637, that one.
And that one and what we wanna do there, yeah.
So.
It's like
it
it's
made
falling
me-
into place.
It made me think, and that's a dangerous thing.
Well, and then there was also, because Berlin Farms will have a trail through it as well.
Yes,
And then it butts up to Sackett Farms.
yes,
And there might be, a potential to kind of carry it through and up, because then you can kind of quickly go through and get to the if they had another middle school up in the Sweeney Curve,
yes.
that it's just property right now, but, there's a system here that it's obviously gonna take more than just this one generation to get up,
Oh,
but
yes, it could take 30 years,
But to see that and have that vision, you have to really build for it now. It's not something that we can, place into the end of it all. And with the zoning, we should probably be proactive about it at this point.
probably.
Probably. So, but I thought it was a great meeting. Did you feel like it was productive?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
I think the county is going to have to be more clear in what they're going to do on the county roads.
Mhm. Yeah.
I don't think the county, Berlin has never really been a trail county, trail township. And so I don't think the county has really factored that into their planning. And if we are going to be a trail, they need to have different thinking. And with the expansions like on Cheshire Road, we need to get proactive decision-making from them.
Well, the Erie Trail and all of that sort of stuff, we've never had that, we've never participated in it, we always were willing to go drive to the mountains and walk the trails and do that sort of stuff. I think once people figure out that there's money in it, where you can make money off of the people walking the trails and selling food, doing a few things like that, or that sort of stuff, that they may take a different view of.
Perhaps.
But it's just one.
Well, and the other thing that I found positive, even though Morpsey didn't seem positive to this, was my discussion in regards to restrooms. And the positive out of that came from Mountain Creek, because the
ODNR, Jason Myers, the park.
was very receptive
Yeah.
to a tie-in, not moving restrooms, not building new restrooms, but having the ones that exist. And why not? I mean.
It was a great point. I thought it was odd that wasn't more readily considered, you know,
Yes. Yes.
because it's a big piece of transportation for pedestrians and bicyclists and.
Well, and the major resistance that I've had really comes down to that, because they don't want their properties being used inappropriately.
Mhm.
I got 3 points.
Yeah.
First one is apologize. I told you I talked to North Sea and see if I could get some attention going. I was thinking of building a small fire, lighting a big candle, doing something like that. And it seems like it turned into more like I threw a Molotov cocktail.
No problem. Yeah, I gotcha.
It got read wrong. Second thing is, this is a tactic, but on the trails are all pretty much built blacktop wise on dirt.
Mhm.
That's not gonna last long. It won't, they do that for driveways and that sort of thing. I've talked to some people that have suggested that a better way to do it, I kind of support it, is to make it a gravel road, gravel trail, and using gravel with dust on it, and you can pack that down and it walks just as good or as easy as concrete or, anything else, and it's a lot easier to repair. It's the kind of thing that, the road department or virtually anybody can go out and repair potholes and any of that sort of stuff. Where it settles, when you get to blacktop, it tends to go away, it gets to be really expensive and pretty difficult to repair. So you might want to think about that.
It's definitely something to consider.
And then the third one was driving 670, just as an anecdote. The other day, and there's a trail along 670 from basically the airport to Leonard Avenue down that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I drove the length of it, there was no one on it. It didn't look like there had been anyone on it recently, like in the last year. But it's one of the trails where they, I'm sure, got money for it. It's trail.
Right.
But when you see it, it's not something that gets used much.
Well, this would go to the point of usability, and that was something that we spoke with Morpsey with early on to say that make certain that the points that have come up before were integrated. And, with Alum Creek there and the schools and where we're thinking about it, and they did a really good job, I think, integrating that. And then they also did a study with bicyclists and the level that bicyclists need to be at to ride on our streets. Mm-hmm. And nearly all of them, they had to be at an expert level to be able to be on our streets safely. And so, we have between Alum Creek schools, mm-hmm. the things that we have going on here, I can see our trails being pretty ideally used mm-hmm. for what we want it to, especially with the single family homes that we have coming up. So, but the point is notable, and also thinking through the safety aspect of trails, moving from the airport down to Leonard versus here, what you would have. And it shows that trails consistently run below the crime rate of the general vicinity that they're placed in. So it doesn't increase crime in the community. Crimes happen, but it doesn't elevate the crimes that happen in the community. It always runs below or at the same average that the crime rate has been at historically. So
the reason for mentioning the gravel is one of the big concerns I have is the long-term maintenance costs. And by putting gravel in, it's something that could really reduce that maintenance cost in the long run. It's not something where it's not going to be black pavement and that sort of thing to work with, but it could be just as serviceable as blacktop, and better than blacktop in a lot of ways, where you don't get the damage and the pieces falling out and the things that go with it.
One of we had a gentleman from County Developmental Disabilities. Did you meet that gentleman? And he was saying that county serves over 70% population youth, and they wrote a letter of recommendation for us as well. And my concern with gravel generally is, I know you're reading more compact, but generally is that it would not be something that would be effective for accessibility.
I think the kind of gravel I'm talking about would be just fine. But you wouldn't have a problem, the gravel with dust on it and all that, it packs really solid, it packs hard, it packs like concrete. And again, when you put it in, you smooth it out, roll it, and you've got it. If you put loose gravel, the big gravel in place.
Like a 557
Yeah,
limestone.
not 57, no.
You're talking,
No,
yeah.
I'm talking like 411 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have like an example of a trail that is like that I can look at?
Pardon?
Do you have an example of a trail like that I can look at?
See all over the state parks.
The only ones that I can recall, I wouldn't consider to be what you're saying in the state parks. But I just may not have seen them, so it would be helpful maybe to see an example, because I want to make certain that, you know, we have aging population taken into consideration, accessibility for, you know, the many different
Absolutely.
needs and abilities that we have in our township.
And the mother that's got the little stroller with wheels. above
And
it.
I was one of those and got caught on a rock.
Yeah, I agree completely. I'm a big proponent of this.
Yeah,
Gotta be good to do that.
yeah,
But, gravel, if it's done correctly, is just as good. All blacktop is gravel with tar.
fair point.
So we don't have a hearing tonight?
I don't know. But I know who has shown up and we're paying him, to show up, so welcome, Mr. Reinhardt. Good to see you. Do you want to share anything outside of executive session?
No.
No, what about TIF?
Okay. Move to recess into executive session, from regular session pursuant to ORC 121-22G, 3, yes. I'm finding the verbiage. G3, conferences with an attorney for public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action. And G8, to consider confidential information related to marketing plans, specific business strategy, for an applicant for economic development assistance or to negotiate with other political subdivisions respecting requests for economic development assistance.
We probably gotta go because it's.
So moved.
Second, who's and
Everybody present in this room, Mr. Reinhardt, fiscal officer, and trustees. So,
Second.
okay. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay. With that, we're in the executive session.
still. And that's what happens when you get these plant lists that are getting pretty old.
Yeah,
because they don't grow those species.
But you know, there are some that we don't want. We don't want
Oh, yeah,
silver
tree heaven,
maples,
silver
and We don't
maples.
want willow trees. I love willow trees, but not,
Just one right next to the pond, come on.
yeah, no. You can dig out everybody's tile in there.
Yeah.
Okay, can you talk about the pond?
Mhm.
Okay, so let me get to my real point.
Okay.
I want a commitment of green space that isn't underwater.
Right.
How much land is that?
Did we take that pond out of our open space?
I don't know, but.
Because here's what happened. You get the consequence of other people deceiving us,
Yes,
intentionally or unintentionally.
yes.
So there was this big, beautiful pond built on top of what should have been a big, beautiful park that we talked about, just like your gazebo and all that. It wound up being underwater because the county engineer required it.
Right.
So what I have started to request is that if your green space turns into water as a major and you have to come back before us.
Right, and I think we put that language in our text
I believe so, because we
It's
had
at the-
used it.
at the very end, because, yeah, if the open space becomes less usable because of the pond.
Okay, so I need to know what the green space is so we know how much.
Oh, I don't think we have taken the pond out of it. We're required 20% open space. We have, well, it doesn't say how much we have. Why is this not, total open space is 5 acres, which is actually 32.9%. So we have 12.9% more than is required. Now, if we took that pond out of here.
But you understand my point.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
It's sold as a gazebo and things like that, and if it all of a sudden turns into a pond, it's
Right.
no longer a gazebo.
Yeah, this pond is 260 by
Okay,
90.
I'm not, see, that's why
Yeah.
it's my fault, I'm not being very clear.
No.
I'm not worried about that pond, I'm worried about another pond.
Oh, another
period.
pond. I explained to the engineers, we need to know what this is, because Ken's gonna tell me that I can't make it any bigger.
Right.
Seriously.
And they know me.
Yes, and I, guys, if you want it to be X, make it X today,
There you go.
because I'm not gonna come back and say, oh, it needs to be bigger.
Well, and you can come back and then we might say no.
I know, I don't wanna do that.
I see your point. So you understand my point.
Yes,
So solid.
well, we have the language in the text that we've actually added to a couple of the projects that you approved, and you would only approve when we added that language. Did you find it? Let her find that.
Okay.
But it basically states that if my pond in my final development plan gets bigger than this, then it becomes a major deviation and I have to come back to you.
Well, that's for the pond that exists right now, but then also for,
I don't think it says that pond, it just says ponding or detention areas, so I think it would be inclusive, but I mean, we can tailor it even a little bit.
Well, the point, because county engineer is county engineer, and you know that, and he's gonna say what he's gonna say, and you're gonna have to do. But then you have to come back here. If that gazebo goes away, if that, see, that would be the southeast corner is no longer what you're portraying it to be, and it becomes a pond, then it really changes the complexion of everything.
No, it would, yeah. Yeah. It would have been one of the very last things that we put in there. Okay.
You can come back to it, but
Yeah.
come back to it.
But no, that commitment will make that the usable open space as depicted on this plan will not change, not get smaller because of detention
Or retention.
or retention. If it does, we have to come back to the trustees for approval.
Okay, minor thing, but it needs to be in your, thing, that the CBU will always be plumb, 90 degrees.
Okay.
And what that'll do is you'll make a better one so that they don't tip over. There's several in the township that were poorly placed and they're
And if they don't have a foundation, if they just put them on the concrete pad.
So if you go across the street, you can see an example of what you
Oh,
can't
just
have.
across, oh, those haven't been there very long. Well, we can go see what's going on there. Yeah, they need a foundation 3 feet deep like anything else because it starts moving in the wintertime.
So that needs to be in the text that they're to remain.
So they need foundations to remain plumb.
Okay. So we haven't talked about your divergence. You want to talk about that more in depth? Oh, that was the 15 acres, or it's not 20 acres. That was the only one, there wasn't, so when you got rid of the 2 lots, that made it so your frontage was sufficient?
Yeah, we made,
Okay.
yeah, a minimum of 80 and more.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure how we can solve for the mailboxes, but I understand trustee Bullard's concern and agree with him. I also understand the dilemma that you're in with the county engineer and with the space. That I am concerned about the mailbox safety. The other thing was multi-use trails versus sidewalks in the front.
Mhm.
So, definitely want multi-use trails
Okay.
because on that side of Pyatt, we envision that being multi-use trail side. And then I appreciate what you said about on the other side, there's sidewalks, there's different components. I really would like to get to a point where there's a consistency.
Sure.
Because now that we're gonna have 3 ONTNG schools right there, biking is gonna become more of an issue. And to have that variety of, well, they can walk on the sidewalk if they're pedestrians, and then they can use the bikes on the multi-use paths if they're, that gives that variety that I think is gonna be important as these schools develop out.
Yeah, that's the direction we needed from you, so that's great.
So you have it.
Good.
The easement, so for the easement, you guys are, I guess we'll get to that with the commercial. Because the easement concerns me with what you guys are restricted to if you're trying to build a building. It looks like there's a tiny little triangle you're building a building on based on the electric easement.
But why don't we wait on that one?
But we'll wait on that one. And then I really do like the improvements that I've seen because I was at Delaware County Regional Planning when this first was put forward.
Mhm.
And I do want to say that I really appreciate you guys trying to work with the residents, work with the county, work with the zoning commission to have the zoning commission unanimously approve this. Really reflects your willingness to work with the township and the residents as well to meet many of those concerns. And I think the majority of them have been met. I think we just need to work through the mailbox issue and have some of these other commitments, which I have just 5 to reiterate. We have the one with just making certain that the street trees 2.5 to 3 commitment. We have the explication of the ADA mailboxes, because that's not made clear in the picture. We have the number of trees that are listed within the landscaping plan shall be the number of trees minimally included in the development. We have the open space usability. Did you want to read what was said?
I was not finding it, so
Oh, you're
we'll
not
just have to add it in.
See, now she's here, and you guys can yell at her instead of me.
Fine, yeah, no, you're fine. And then that the CBUs will always remain plumb. We will, yeah, and I was gonna bring this up because I'm not sure that, can we require that a HOA does something? They can, but, okay.
They can mitigate our fears by committing to it. We can't require it.
Yeah. We also had then a 6th, which is the HOA and protecting the accessibility of the sidewalks. Is there something that I missed that you had?
using the trees from your list,
What's that?
using the tree species from your guys' list, and if they want.
Yeah, but that's
Are
already-
you sure you have a list?
That's already in, that isn't what they have. Oh, okay. Yeah. Then we'll have a 7th use of trees from within our township
And is
list.
that what you said, just said the street trees or all the trees?
All the trees.
That's why we need to put it in there.
Yeah, it's not just street trees.
Now, again, if we aren't voting on this tonight, and you have trees that you want, that you can give to the fiscal officer ahead of time that she can distribute to us, we can research them. Because it's not an exhaustive list of trees that could be okay. But what, by restricting it to those trees, we know they are okay. If you understand what I'm saying.
Right, and I think, no, I haven't read it, so I can't commit to it, because I don't know what's on. I see a lot of these lists that are getting sold, but some of that stuff just doesn't make sense anymore, so, and some of it may, but what if I need 6 and there's only 5 trees? So no, I think
Right.
it would be like you not reading something.
So then, okay, so then let's do this, that you make a list and send it to the fiscal officer, and then we can consider if we don't vote tonight.
But if it's getting a vote tonight, I'll agree to that list, so that's what it comes down to.
Well, I don't know how you're gonna deal with CBUs tonight, but
Well, that I would have a recommendation, because I have a recommendation on the CBUs. Whether you like it or not, that it doesn't matter, but there's a lot of work ahead on this thing, right? I mean, tonight just sets this in motion. I am more than willing to commit to meet with any of you guys and Mike Love to get an answer on this, because that's where we're going to resolve it, where it goes, where it's at, and everything else is during the engineering. That's when Mike might pay attention to it.
Let me say, most of the developments that we've done with these community mailboxes, the mailboxes have been put in homeowners association green space.
Right.
Okay, this is the first one that I remember that we've had it right in the houses. And
Berlin Bluffs and Nate Meadows, Mock Meadows both had it on streets like this.
it may have flown by me.
But they
No,
do
there's
have-
no warranty.
We just spent quite
And it was the crosswalk and the ADA accessibility.
a minute.
But the other thing that I want to ask is, where the mailboxes are going to be, is that going to be on road right of way, or is the mailboxes going to be in homeowner association property, or is it going to be in the 2 houses there?
It's gonna be on the 2 houses, and there's gonna have to be an easement on that. The pad is literally 2 foot by 4 feet, so they'll have a 2 foot square that's in the easement.
Yeah, but if somebody falls there, it ends up being a really big deal. And so you want to make sure that the homeowners association picks up the liability for all of that sort of stuff. And that's why you want to have it on the homeowners association property, whether it be a right of way or dedicated land for the homeowners association. At least I believe you want to do that.
Well, and the easement could probably be made in favor of the HOA, and would be my guess, so that becomes their liability. Because it's, like any other easement, you're granting somebody
And
else.
there's 2 ways to look at it from the people that are there. They get to meet everybody in the neighborhood. That's one way, which could be a good thing, or it could be a bad thing. Okay, maybe the people that are there don't want to meet everybody, or you may be inviting everybody and giving them a reason that they gotta come to your front yard and be able to get their mail every day, and you may not want to have that.
But they'll know it's gonna be there, because it's on a plan.
So will it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you've gotta take that into account. The second question on that though is, when's the homeowners association gonna be turned over to the residents?
That's a good question. I know you guys like it to be turned over before it's 100% complete.
85%.
85% complete.
75%, something like that. Reason being that sometimes people hang on to it just to keep the homeowners association and the money associated with developers.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that they all do that, but I'm saying that some do.
right. I don't want to guess, because the 2 gentlemen
And
are
I've taken
here.
enough calls from residents who they had a
So the HOA turned over at a certain percentage, whether it's 75 or 85.
I just want to nail that down so that that's clear for,
So it's turned over, otherwise it may not ever have to be.
you understand the issue.
Yes, yes.
It's
And did
just
you
one of
say it would
those-
be at 75?
Do you guys have any preference? Have you dealt with this before when the HO, because obviously when you're first building this, you are the HOA. So I mean, what percentage? I mean, once you sell 18 of the lots, are you comfortable in turning it over to the HOA association?
My only concern with that is 75% is 16 people, 16. It's not a huge development, but if that's what's needed, we should just turn it over.
And what's your concern about turning it over to them? It's just that they may not be able to fund it yet?
Yeah, I mean, it's somebody, like HOA for that size is gonna be 2 or 3 people. It's just people putting their hand up to say, yes, I want to be part of the HOA, because 3 out of 16 people at that point, so.
That's fair. So 85%?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
How many houses we got?
One,
And so 85% would be 16, 17?
18 people.
Pardon?
18,
That
18 would be
80%.
90.
That'd be 90%.
That'd be
17.
17.
70, 70.
Because 20 is 1/20th is a 5%. So.
I was just trying to do it with a number of houses, because that's what we got to do. It's not,
So what
Okay,
is,
so
so
we'll
we
say,
said 85%?
yeah, but he was saying maybe just do it by houses instead of say HOA turnover at 17.
Okay, so here's another question that we go into that we sometimes address and sometimes don't. What is a purchase? Okay, so is it when the house is
The lot sell or the house turned over?
occupied? Is it when it's purchased? Is it when it's in contract? What is the triggering that there's 17 people?
Moved in.
Moved in,
Okay, so let's say
Occupancy. final, I heard.
final occupancy permit. Because the zoning inspector has to have something you can,
Otherwise, he doesn't know how to enforce it. Yeah, that makes sense.
because you don't want something that they're bugging you and you want to know what is. And so does he. Seems relatively painless.
nobody brought up the density question which was brought up at regional planning. Do we need to talk about that?
Well, they took
They
two houses
took,
out.
yeah, they conformed.
So are we okay with it?
Yeah, we're okay with it.
Okay.
I am.
Yeah, in the sense it complies, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm happy as a clam, and that's hard.
It is, I tell you.
Okay, so I think we need to go back to the mailboxes. So, because it sounded like you were wanting to have a request potentially for a vote tonight. And I wasn't exactly satisfied with what you were saying in terms of finding some kind of way to go forward with a vote, given that we have that up in the air still. This is just a question for consideration, but do we want to say something to the effect of the CBUs will be located as a pull-off to the northeast corner if permitted by the Delaware County engineer? Otherwise, I'm just throwing it out there.
Here's the reason why, is because then all they have to do is present something that the county engineer won't take. I presented it, he said no. That's a futile waste of time.
But I will go with one of you and meet with them. So.
Well, I actually think that would be, and trustee board, this is his issue, and if he is, I mean, we have our own issues and we all have to agree, but if you can make trustee board content in this area, I won't disagree with it.
Yeah, I have no problem asking them to try to resolve this issue. I'm low man on the totem pole, right? Obviously, you pull a little bit more weight with the county than I do. So,
Well, I'm with the county engineer, he's the one that pulls the weight.
yeah, so but I don't even think that's something I could rectify in the next couple of months. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going, oh, well, show me all this. And it's like, well, that's the stuff that comes out of the engineering portion. It does.
I know.
So trustee Bullard, what would you recommend in terms of what would get you to a spot where the mailbox
If
is?
I were king to declare, that I would hold this until the next meeting, and that would give us time to get a letter from the fire chief, where the fire chief has actually looked at the plan that you've presented. I don't have a problem with that. And then the second thing is it would give time to go to the county engineer and see if we can't come up with a plan or some sort of a compromise for being able to handle this mailbox issue. And the mailbox issue seems so petty. I mean, it seems like such a little issue, but I believe it to be a big issue in the long run, with the or the ADA access and the need for that. And as busy as this street's gonna be, we're putting those people in a really bad position. And like Kim was saying, somebody in a wheelchair trying to get out of a car to get there is gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
Or, and it's not just the old people, it's anybody that's in that situation. The guy that was playing soccer and got his leg broke and he's on crutches, he's gonna have the same kind of problem to get there. And he's gotta do it in the middle of a busy street. And anybody that's in that situation is probably gonna drive there certainly from the far end of the development.
Right. No, and I can't just agree with you. If I agree with you, I'd be lying anyway. So, yeah, no.
I know I'm pushing this far, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
I'm more than willing to go with you to the county engineer.
Sure. Tomorrow I can reach out to find out what times you got, and I'll do the same to Mike, and we'll schedule
Okay,
something.
I want either Rob or Chris there too.
Okay.
Okay, because they're the ones that's gonna live with the problem in the long run.
And probably Rob will be more,
Who do you get along with better?
They would understand where I'm coming from.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. No, we can do that. We can start coordinating that meeting tomorrow.
and then you can, in the meantime, find the language where
Yeah.
the gazebo doesn't turn into a pond.
Right, and we do have that already in a format that you've agreed to, in a drawing.
Yes.
It's just not in
Just not
here
now.
for some reason. Because we put it in the text. on the
So
drawings.
that may be unique to that situation, that there wasn't a possible gazebo going away, if you understand my point. So, because this is not just like a field, that they can play soccer on. This is a place of gathering.
Mhm.
So there's items that you're committing to put in that area, so.
Those things should be reflected in the listing.
And if they need to move, they need to move, I get that. I mean, you gotta do with the county engineer, but I'm not okay with, you put a pond there and it disappears.
Right.
And the drainage issue that you're gonna have, which the county engineer brought up, you got a way to get off of the stream up the northwest corner and that sort of thing. Somebody that would be good to talk to, I don't know how you do it, but Boyd Catter farmed that farm for many years. And I've had more than one meeting with him over water drainage on that farm, which goes from Gregory Road all the way back to the pond. And the water goes three different ways off of there. Maybe you've got it rerouted, maybe it's all set to be able to get there, but he may be able to give you some really good advice as far as getting the water off of there.
All
Because
right.
there is gonna be a lot more water than there was before.
Mhm.
And I think what you're doing is you're dumping it on school property.
We're not next to the school.
No,
We're not next to the school.
Well, you're across from it, aren't you?
Right, but no, I mean, the engineers have looked at this to make sure that all the water stays here before it's released. I think they're actually releasing it to the storm sewer that goes on pipe.
yeah,
It is the outlet.
that was my understanding.
Yeah, because that's been looked at, and the
Storm sewer goes where?
To Pyatt, there's the outlets on Pyatt. Well, we've got the preliminary engineering in here. They've looked at those outlets.
Yeah.
And actually, that's part of our submission is to submit that to the county engineer to review that
I
preliminary.
believe that farm range to the old town.
Yeah, they've got it going in and tying into, to the outlet,
Yeah.
along Pyatt.
And then where's the private take it?
I don't know.
I'm not, that's not a holdup for me, but
Yeah, I don't know.
it was just some advice.
That's kind of where, they look at the drainage shed areas and they still gotta follow where it goes and.
You gotta do
I mean, they got their own rules and regulations that they,
So you guys have a working list of the things that, the language that you can modify.
yes.
Do you guys want to read back what you'll end up writing up, so that we make certain we got all the points listed?
The list that I've got,
Mm-hmm.
let's see if I got it right. The first one was 2.5 to 3 inch caliper. So you want the sizes on all the different trees that we're gonna commit to. 2.5 to 3 inch caliper on the deciduous, 5 to 6 foot height on the evergreens. And I'm gonna say 1.5 inches on ornamental trees, or 6 to 7 foot height if they're multi-stem.
That's fine.
If I may interject in that, it's something new, which if you can commit to not putting in white pines,
Sure. I don't have a
No,
problem
you
with
and
that.
I don't necessarily see eye to eye on white pines.
okay, but they want my vote.
We'll let the homeowners put them in, but we won't put them in.
There you go.
The tops blow off and then they become pine bushes. They're ugly.
It depends on the wind speed.
That's
Yes.
right. And then they go.
Well, not ever.
So that was item 1, 2.5 to 3
They
inch.
work
it's a-
better than spruces.
But it's a windy space there. And
That's fair. That's fair. So we won't. But they sometimes work much better than spruces in terms of
I'm not,
longevity and
I'm
viability.
not
disease.
I'm not advocating spruces. I've got spruces and I've got issues with
You
them.
got the issues with
So I had the pine blow off and I had,
and you had the spruces diseased, yeah, so, I mean, if you're gonna eliminate white pine, spruces end up becoming basically,
Norwegian.
no,
spruces.
no, Norwegian spruces are very good, they hold up really well against all of that, but they don't look as pretty. Some people say, because blue spruces has the different coloration,
Yes,
white pines has the soft needles.
yes.
Norway spruce just has, it just is your basic evergreen.
And it gets huge.
And yeah, and it does. I mean, there's a lot of spacing concerns for Norway spruces because they grow bigger that way. Whereas white pines you can grow up and then you can cut it down and then it has a nice.
So you've got a flavor of what we think.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like working with homeowners.
I won't discriminate against white pines, but
They work in good places. They need to be specific. I don't like putting them on construction sites because the soil becomes so compacted, they don't like it.
yeah,
If it's in native soil, I would agree to it all day long, but if it's compacted soil, I don't even recommend it.
that's a good point too. The soil does not have in most cases.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Water.
Yes,
We can have
water.
a discussion another time.
Let's have that one.
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. So that's number 1. Yeah.
Number 2 was ADA mailboxes,
Yep.
and that's the one that I need to do.
Straighten the language. Yeah.
Well, and go meet and do all that fun stuff. Oh, yeah, that's the exhibit, okay. The exhibit on the ADA mailboxes, but that could change based on our conversations. Trees shown on the plan, are the minimum amount that we will plant.
Yeah.
We have the open space language, that we need to
Mhm.
find and tailor towards, that there will be no less usable open space or locations due to, ponding, detention, unless we bring it back to the trustees for approval.
Yeah.
So something like that.
Yeah, and that the gazebo and playground, if they need to be relocated, remain within the development.
Okay, yes, we'll be more specific even to this. Got that? Good.
Okay.
I'm just saying Columbus to remain plum, CBUs to remain plum.
Yeah.
We need to address the HOA accessibility and maintenance
Yep.
to this, mailboxes,
And maintenance includes snow removal.
including snow.
Yeah.
All trees need to be on your list, or I come up with a different list and submit to you for review.
Yeah.
Which we'll probably do then. HOA is turned over 85%. At
Yeah,
final, determine that final occupancy permit as issued by the zoning inspector.
correct.
Then we need a fire letter.
Yeah.
And then we've got to try to start a resolution on the mailbox pull off.
Look, what's that?
The mailbox pull off.
You'll resolve that.
Well, what if I can't resolve it? Then what if the resolution is what we show? Are you gonna accept it?
We'll talk about
I know, I mean, that's all I can say, but yeah, I will set up a meeting, we'll go meet, so we're gonna do something with that mailbox.
Yeah, I mean, because maybe they'll have another idea that will work. I don't want to say it has to be one place or another. I can just say that it seems very unsafe, and I don't know what the best route is to resolve that. But for me, if all the other things were there and we have an answer, then we can make an informed decision. But right now, we just can't.
Right. So we'll get a meeting set, and I'll get a hold of you. Also,
I'm just thinking
It's
about
a tricky one.
where the street's gonna be in the future. I know the people that live in that development will probably drive 25 miles an hour.
probably,
People that don't live in that development, and live in the other development, probably gets up to 45 mile an hour. The people that are coming from someplace else, it's 70 mile an hour, or something, not out of the question.
Well, and I do like how the curvage does that will hopefully help prevent that situation, because
Although,
it's the straightness of the road.
I will tell you, coming down, Hyatt Road this past week, there was a kid that must have been late to school and was going to get penalized because he came around the corner at about 60 miles an hour. And he was on two wheels on the side. And then he went at about
wow.
a 45-degree angle to go. I mean, I thought I was dead.
Oh, man.
I don't know how the kid kept from rolling over.
Yeah,
So,
less straight is better, in my view, in terms of slowing it down.
well, for a sane person.
Right.
So that's 10.
Well, they'd end up in the front yard of somebody's house here.
So they need to be good, strong trees.
Ironwood.
There you go.
And then sheriff did a study on Peach Blow Road, and because of the career center, the cars were up to 75, 80, 85, going down to, the sheriff was surprised. And the worst offenders were the teachers.
Leaving school.
Older people driving down to
To get on time.
Yeah.
You would think with our technology that we have now, I mean, I read that, everything that's in your car and like you're getting on GPS or you're making phone calls, it's still there when you sell your car and they actually wipe that. Why can't they make cars, if you're in a school zone or 25, go 25 or 30 and just throttle? I mean, they've done everything else and they're tracking every minute of the day. Why can't they do that?
Freedom.
They can, but they want to.
They haven't done it
Yeah,
yet.
they want to sell their car.
I'll tell you, we got the Meadows of Cheshire, and we got Harbor Point. It's over there. Back end, where the east end, there's a road that goes through the Meadows of Cheshire to get to Harbor Point.
Mhm.
People who live in the Meadows of Cheshire drive 30 mile an hour, sometimes up to 35. People that live in the Harbor Point to get through the Meadows of Cheshire, 50, 55, across through there. And it's a never-ending battle. And that's what I foresee here. And this will be even different because it's not just people living in the same subdivisions. There, you're going to have people coming from Old State Road to get into the school, because that's a direct shot And again, one stop sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah.
that's the hand we were actually dealt, so.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it reminds me a little bit of when we, between Cheshire and middle school and trying to resolve some of the issues that have come up with that. So let's go to the commercial now.
If I can just ask one
Yeah.
more question. Is the name of the road going to change?
No, I've been told by the county that it's got to be the identical name.
Well, why didn't they do that from Whispering Pines or whatever it is?
Because they probably got in trouble on that one, so they're doing it now. There's a lot of stuff that's happened that way.
Need this,
What's that?
this one back to you.
And I forgot one, item 11, which is it's a multi-use path along the frontage.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I have some. No, because we had them together. and I wasn't-
Can I ask one thing before you make the presentation?
Mhm.
Because it makes a little difference. On page 11 of your, of that report that you've got, you talk about the NAICS code, and you mentioned code 441. And I hear everybody talking about how they like the idea of acres and all that sort of stuff. But page 11 mentions the 441, which is motor vehicles and parts dealers. What is that?
Good catch.
Okay, and I just want to
Good
make,
catch.
someplace I found it on page 11.
Yeah, 441 is motor vehicle and parts dealers.
But it says a whole bunch of other things. So are we considering this as an auto parts dealership and all of that sort of stuff, or are we considering this as a?
Oh, yeah.
Well, wait. Let me, before we get into that, let me, just because now we're working at two different applications, so let me go
I
to,
thought that we were.
I thought we were too, but since
Child-
we're in it.
So ours is 624410, is that what you said? On page 9,
Let me find these.
under item 13.
So you guys,
Page 8.
just to be clear, you guys are requesting to table,
Yes, we are very questioning.
BZC 23-001?
Yes.
Okay, so because they're gonna differentiate this, then I'd like to call the hearing to a close related to 23-001, and then open 23-002 as a separate, because there may be action that's taken for 002 that we don't take for 001, it sounds like.
So what did we decide on? Oh,
So for 001, the applicant is requesting to recess and continue the hearing to a date and time and place certain of, could you make June 12th work?
How soon before that do you need the materials? If you had them like on the 5th, it's next week.
That would be July 5th, or June 5th?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work for us.
The only thing that I know, we might have some direction on that one thing, but that's the outstanding, the rest of the stuff's easy, so.
So I don't want you to feel rushed.
No, but I know that time's ticking, so.
And we only meet one time.
And we do only meet one time in June.
Okay, we'll definitely.
And I would be willing to have it by June 7th, that Wednesday, and review the material to the.
7th is Friday.
Um,
Am I looking at the wrong month?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the top
Seventh
one.
It's
Oh.
June 7th is Wednesday, and to be accommodating to you all, because we do only meet that month, once June 7th, you could get whatever it is you want us to consider, and for the 12th, we could squeeze you in probably on the
We
12th.
have a hearing at 7.
At 7, so we could squeeze you in probably at 6.
Yeah, we can do that.
Does that sound, would you guys be amenable to that, to allow time, but then continue to press this forward so we're not delaying anything on your behalf? Okay, so you have direction on BZC 23-001. So move to recess and continue the case BZC 23-001 to date, time, place certain of June 12th at 6 p.m. at the Township Hall, 3271 Cheshire Road. as requested by the applicant.
I second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Send me
So,
an email. You send me an email saying
we
that
got
you're
something
requesting.
coming up in that time frame, but if I'm not here,
Are you sure?
Yeah, we'll just,
Because you'll be working with him.
I'll be working with them, you know exactly where I'm at.
Okay, so call to order, hearing case BZC 23-002, Hyatt Road, and we'll call this Hyatt Road Commercial for clarification. We'll, run this the identical way as previous without an objection, and then, have a brief presentation by the applicant, followed by, similar discussions. So,
I'm looking for the traffic study. So Todd Ferris, Ferris Planning and Design. I think we've narrowed this.
These two right there.
Yeah, so we have the wrong verbiage here. Well, these are the codes that you allow in that district. Sure. And these are our responses to this. So our response is that we're only going to allow.
It says here you got 441 motor vehicles and parts dealers. So you're selling cars there too?
And then we say the development shall comply with this regulation.
What I'm saying is that if you're doing that, we've got to consider all these NAICS codes, not just the daycare that you're talking about. If you're talking about a daycare, it doesn't say you can't do these someday, but we have to take all of these into account
Right.
at this time with this plan.
Okay.
well, and for the benefit of all, can you just kind of specify what the intent was for the commercial plan?
A daycare.
Give a
A
5-minute, where's the general location, you have some easements, so just walking through it.
Right. So the discussions that we're always had is that this parcel makes sense for the daycare. In our text, at one location, you say the only use that's allowed is a daycare. Looks like we have to clean up a couple of paragraphs that say none of this stuff is allowed by the daycare. We can do that pretty soon.
You can do any of this stuff. It's just that if you're asking for it in this plan, that means you don't have to come back. But we need to take into account the 18-wheelers that are gonna be hauling cars. in.
But we don't.
But they're not going
But we're not doing that. We're just going to
So
allow.
you gotta take all this stuff out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll change our responses to those to say that none of these uses other than the daycare is allowed.
Both of them.
Oh, sure. So we will say that there would be no other uses other than daycare that's allowed. We'll modify that portion of the text.
I love the daycare, but that's not.
Yeah, so the only thing that the client wants to put on here is a daycare. So we've sized the setbacks based off of your zoning code. We've sized the usable area based off of actually a real footprint of a real daycare. That goes on here. It's called Kiwi's Clubhouse, actually. It's just right down the street from our office, and it's like, hey, I've got the plans for this. Let's see if it works. This is a pretty typical national daycare, right? It fits on here. It's funny that plan actually made it to, it was never supposed to show up on anything, but the traffic study, I believe it showed up on. And Scott saw it, and they made a comment that it has too much parking, you could reduce the parking. Well, it just shows that it fits, so, but that's all it is. We'll comply with your code. It's just that one had that amount of parking. But all we're doing is a daycare. We looked at that, we established our setbacks based off of the heights and all that stuff that we could anticipate on that, and committed to following the rest of the code on all of that, all of the standards that are required. We did commit to, again, like I said earlier, to utilize materials that are similar to the schools, so it creates more of a campus feel on this. Some of the other commitments that were made at that point is they will not allow us to have a curb cut on Pyatt. It all has to come off of our internal roadway. We did not have an issue with that. That makes sense and is probably the safest anyway. So the traffic study accounts for this traffic as a daycare use currently. And that's the only thing it accounts for, because that's what we're limiting it to.
And so what is you guys have one divergence?
The size of the lot is smaller than what Planned Commercial says, or do we have two divergences? Oh, we have two divergences, I'm sorry. Minimum tract size, 10 acres is required for the minimum tract size, we have 3.04. And then we're also asking for a divergence on the side yard setback from 100 feet to 50 feet. Based on the fact that we will not exceed 35 feet in the height of the building. We also have an additional buffer here between this portion and this first lot. So we're asking for that divergence as well to reduce that building setback from 100 feet to 50 feet, since it's just a daycare use. So we asked for two divergences on that one. I forgot about that one. And your code, I think, says a couple different things. Doesn't it say or as approved? 100 feet or as approved with the plan. So we discussed the screening that was there with the spruce, the extra width in that buffer for the shared open space that for the bike path, which is 30 feet. So we're effectively, and then 12 feet. We're almost 100 feet away from building to building anyway, once you put all those things together. So that's how we justify that. And that's how we do justify that. As far as buildable area, there's more than enough room for that. That gives them, I think, plenty of options. It's not just the option that we put on the traffic study. But that was just to make sure that if we can get that one, we know we can get pretty much any other one fit on there. Because they're not a whole lot different from brand to brand. I've noticed, years of doing the planning. Oh, it was actually in the regional planning document. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. They had a better exhibit than we did. They took ours from the thing and colored it up.
Oh, thank you.
But they agreed with the divergence request on the setback because there was a known distance with the evergreen buffer in between there that we were committing to, in addition to committing to the rest of the requirements of the township. But that's a pretty big daycare. I don't know how many it serves, but it's in the middle of Hilliard, so it's not like and it's pretty recent. It's probably was built right before the pandemic, so it's pretty new. And again, that's a national company. Not that that's going here. I think the people that came to our last meeting, they're local. They're out of Sunbury. And they built something over there. I don't know if they're interested really or not. We were here because they heard that.
Right. Well, it's definitely a need. Why don't we start with you, Trustee O'Brien?
So where in the comprehensive land use plan does it envision commercial in this area?
According to the report that we got from Scott, there says something about a commercial that's in this. That I don't know, Ken. Again, and I know you don't like that answer. I don't know. This was, again, a recommendation that was brought up when we had initial discussions with staff, whatever, zoning inspectors to begin with, and proceeded then with the planning commission with this. So is it in your comprehensive plan? I can't necessarily say that, but I know Scott made some point about that it's commercial was a desired element. I read it right before here, and since Ron's got it, I can't read it off to you.
So the second question I have is, what if it were zoned commercial would prevent you putting anything else commercial that doesn't have any divergences?
It would have to be daycare because we're limiting that to that only to that NAICS use.
And I don't think that's accurate.
That's what we're limiting it to.
The plan would be limited to that, but the zoning wouldn't be limited to that.
Well, they would have to come back to get that modified.
for a different plan, but if it met all the requirements, we would have to grant it. I'm not for commercial in this area.
Yeah, we're restricting it to one use.
What if you flip it? No, you're not gonna sell me on this one.
Okay, yeah, it's one use that, we're proceeding forward with. Again, it was received unanimously by both the planning commission and actually, regional planning.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you where I am.
Sure.
I don't wanna waste your time trying to convince me on something I'm not gonna be convinced on.
I'll stop talking to you then, okay? Yeah, we got a lot of, I was somewhat pleasantly surprised myself. The reaction was very positive. We need this, we need this, we need this. Can you make it look like the schools? This is perfect. People don't have to drive all the way over to 23 to find something like this. This is what we need. And the people that actually lived in Glenmead that were here like, wow, wish we had that when our kids were. You know, so it was seen as a positive by everybody so far, minus one.
Is there, well, actually, let me allow a trustee board to go.
Right.
I always like to defer to you all before I.
Okay, just diving into it. What's gonna be your hours of operation?
That we don't know. That will have to come with the final development plan. I can't tell you what an operator does. We would be guessing, totally guessing.
And the reason for asking that is that people that live across the street and around the corner there, they're not gonna like it if it opens up at 5 a.m. You know, and that sort of thing, or it's open till midnight or 11 o'clock or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna have, I think, a problem with that. And that's the reason for asking that, is to cut off those calls.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Is that something that we can make a commitment on? I think we would have to think about that, a little bit more detail than just giving you an answer tonight.
And what kind of service vehicles do you see there? I expect cars for the kids coming in, and I expect little buses to take the kids to the elementary schools and that sort of stuff, because you see those all over the neighborhood, where they're running the kids back and forth to school. The older of the daycare kids, and I would expect that to be there, so there's gonna be some beep, beep, beep from the backing up of those school buses, the little school buses, and that sort of thing. I'd like to kind of understand that, because that noise is very irritating to everybody that lives close by, especially if you're trying to sleep at 5 a.m.
It's usually when I like to sleep.
You understand where
Yes.
I'm coming from?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, the service vehicles that you see coming, are you gonna have the GFS food trucks, or is it expected that you're gonna have semi coming in, delivering food and that kind of things to be used at the facility? And reason again is the noise and the size of the driveway access that you got going in. If you're thinking of it as a car and a homeowner's driveway, that's one thing, but if you've got a 30-foot truck going in there, that's a whole different thing. You need to make the parking lot big enough so you can turn the thing around and be able to get it out of there. So you need, just kind of trying to understand what you're doing there. I'm not saying good, bad, or anything, just trying to understand what's going on. You got any comments on that? And does anybody have any comments on that? Or is this let's turn it on and see what happens?
I don't have an answer for any of those because, again, we don't have a user that is looking at that to even be able to tell you. Now, we can address those things for sure, I guess, and make them commitments of a plan of what we envision. I don't know if I see a whole lot of food trucks going to these places, nor a whole lot of I see some, in particular, like church schools or church daycare. They do a lot of different age children. So I think that's something that we would need to confer about to figure out if there's restrictions or anything that we need to put on.
And I see a great need for a daycare there. I really do. with the staff at the high school and the middle school and the elementary school and all of that sort of thing, and all the people living in the neighborhood. There's lots and lots of kids, lots of little kids that are gonna need a place to go, and they're gonna need to go there. But we need to make it so that it's acceptable to the people living by it as well. That's the reason for asking the questions
Yeah.
associated to that.
Yeah, and I don't have enough information to literally answer those questions. Those are details that we don't know. We really don't know. Who the user said, I mean, I think it depends a lot on the user and what age level they're catering towards, and if kids are all brought there, if they take them themselves to places or not. So there's just a lot of different, groups and how they do stuff. So, good questions, real good questions, but I'm not prepared to answer those tonight. I wish I could.
I think we ought to come up with some criteria around that, because I'm not in favor of just, whatever you feel like doing.
No, I don't disagree.
So we gotta come up with something
Mhm.
then. Okay, and,
You're the applicant, you can make comments, I think.
Yeah, so I'm just like on the timings, right, and, my son went to daycare for like 10 years now. I've never seen a daycare operate beyond 7 and do 6 PM, or never found one. Like 6 PM is drop dead, they charge you $10 a minute beyond 6 PM.
I mean,
So,
most of the time, the daycare centers appear to be near the, shopping centers or apartment complexes or things of that nature, which this isn't. This is right in the middle of a neighborhood. And those people who live around it they gotta live with it. And they're gonna have to put up with it, 24/7. And they're all gonna ask us this question sooner or later. You know, why'd you allow this?
I think it's fair to kind of put a restriction there to say certain operating hours, 7 AM to 6 PM or something. And
Right, and I think we'll listen to the rest of the comments, and I think we can address some of those, but yeah, I think we'll have to.
I'd like to put some stipulations there. And especially, I like the green buffering along that southeast corner and the trees along the street, especially because of the noise and stuff that you're gonna have there. The pond, although it's very pretty, it's very inviting for little kids. And there probably needs to be a fence of some sort along there to keep kids out, just to protect the homeowners association. I would wanna look at something there. I'm not dictating that, I'm not saying you gotta do it, but I would certainly look at trying to do something there. You know, that's a thought.
Right, and I think
And,
they fence their own kids in too as well, so that would be a double safety.
you know, you got one of those buses and you got a driver and you got 5 kids in it, and the first kid gets up, falls and gets skinned up, all the other kids, they wanna play and run and do whatever they want. That pond is probably really inviting. And that's not something that you wanna have happen. It's not the normal thing, but it's the kind of thing that can happen. And that's what we need to take a look at. Back to the vehicles and stuff that's going in there, that probably dictates a much bigger driveway going in and out of there. Because of just the service vehicles coming in and out, and the little buses and all the cars and things that are gonna go in there.
How wide is the road, is the entry right now?
We probably have it shown at 24 feet. So if you had a turn lane or made it a little bit wider, it'd be 36, but, yeah, usually it's the radiuses that get bigger if it's gonna have like a semi. I don't see a food truck coming out here, but I don't wanna make these decisions on the fly, I can't, you know. They've talked to people, they kind of decide what they can live with. I don't think it's gonna be a lot wider regardless. It's just the radius of the return that makes a difference. So I know I'm not avoiding your question, but I just don't know the answer if it's 24 or 32 or 36.
And it gets back to what I was talking about, the
Yeah.
NICS code for the automobile dealership and that sort of stuff. You need to have access for 18-wheelers there. And that's because cars get delivered on big trucks and long vehicles.
But we're not gonna have that.
You're not
So,
talking
right.
about that.
Right.
So that's why it's so important that be taken out of all this. So,
Yeah, as part of the being taken out, it's hard for me to take your code out of your code. So I don't know how I address it, because we address all your items, that are straight out of your code, we address them. I don't have to just address it in a way that you understand that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're saying it's hard to modify our code, but our code isn't, what you're trying to put into this area, and that's what Trustee O'Brien's point was, is not intended for this area, according to the comprehensive land use plan. So you're trying to plop a different code for the parcel than what was planned for this parcel in. And that's why it's like, yeah, we're making adjustments to our code, but that's because you're putting it on a land that it wasn't intended to be used for.
But we're limiting the uses to only one. Now, we did that also on several other projects where we're not modifying your code, but your code gives us a list of like 50 things that include everything from the worst of the worst to the best of the best. We're getting rid of everything except for one.
Right, but that's for commercial areas that were intended to be commercial areas. This was always intended to be a residential area, and that's part of our comprehensive land use plan.
and the thing for
And I'm
me,
not just saying that it is or it isn't, I'm just saying that it's not exactly the same as saying, you're asking me to remove things from your code that apply to here, because it doesn't apply to this parcel.
Right, but I think.
You're asking for a reason to make the code apply to the parcel,
Yeah,
and that's a huge difference.
right, but your code has those statements in there. I need to word it in a way that makes more sense when you read it, that you understand that they're excluded and we can't do that.
Right, that's fair.
and if you're gonna talk about all of those, I'm gonna ask the questions about all of them.
Well, the sentence underneath that this
nothing
does not apply, because we aren't asking for any of this.
We could be here a long time.
Yeah, no, we're not asking for any of this.
The original planning indicated that the child daycare services is NAICS 624410. Okay, that's real easy, which is making it that, which says it's a child daycare center.
Mhm.
Okay, but not all of these other things.
Correct. And since this is, yeah, okay.
Because it's very confusing how you wrote this, because it says your response is, the development shall comply with this regulation. But then you say these uses are not allowed.
Right. And it just
So it's kind of like, oh, so you will be within all these different codes, or you won't? And that, I was very confused on that
Yeah.
part. But
No,
you clarified what your intention is, and that, I think that that's helpful on one level.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else?
Forget some of those answers, I think I'm okay.
For me, there's a little bit of a conflict here, because we do have a current comprehensive land use plan that didn't envision a middle school across the street, that didn't envision the development that has been taking place. It does call out explicitly Cheshire Elementary, it does call out potential new high school. And so there are certain occasions that I do think warrant us looking at, over a decade-old plan and saying, what has changed about the landscape in the area and the desirability to warrant a change to the comprehensive land use plan. And I do generally think that a daycare meets a need, a genuine need, a desperate need in some cases for our residents in their township. We're adding more houses and we're not adding more daycares. We're not adding businesses that are keeping pace with the rate of our growth. So now we have a bunch of people moving in that are desperate for daycare. The going length of time for daycare services is you get on a wait list and you wait for a year to a year and a half. And that is, I think, a problem out here with our rapid growth that we need to address, because even kindergartners at Olentangy schools, you still have half-time daycare need. So I don't mind the use, but I do mind the fact that if we rezone this as commercial, that this could open up the potential for something much different to address Trustee O'Brien's concern. Because what gives us the ability then to prevent semis, a food service, a something, a gas station, with, because all of those things are generally allowable under commercial. So you're saying, oh, but we'll restrict it to this use. But if you let it sit for 10 years and you come back and it's already zoned commercial, we, according to our zoning text, don't really have the ability to come back and say later, well, but because those things are in our zoning text. So can you address that at all, or can you speak to maybe how we could collectively solve for that? Or can we, from a use perspective?
I do have a solution, but then I'm gonna have to be more open to it.
Well, that's fair. You're
You
fair.
could do a deed restriction.
Deed restriction would,
So, that goes with the land, it's not zoning. So if you say no commercial except for daycare, that goes with the land and you can't get out of it. But I don't know if do you actually own this land that you can do that, or is it under?
They own it.
So you could do that. I'm not saying you want to do that, I'm just saying you could do that. Because you gotta understand, then you can't make it anything else.
but then that would alleviate the concerns of the board here related to associated commercial uses and what we can or cannot in the future at some point restrict.
I mean, my initial reaction to that is it makes sense. I would want to talk to, I'm not an attorney, I play one in real life, but that's about it. What that really means, but I mean, not once have I heard any intent to do anything else.
Well, it's not even
No,
necessarily.
no, but I'm just telling you, I don't think they're gonna have a problem with that either.
Yeah.
But I want them to understand from somebody else that does this for a living, what that means to them. But I don't see the need for daycare ever going away. Unless we stop having
No.
children.
No.
And I believe that there will always be the need, but the problem that people with daycare, and the reason why there's a wait is not because there's not a need, it's because getting people to work. And if there is nobody to come work, then what do you do with an empty building? Well, now I've got a commercial empty building. What can I do? Well, I want to put a bakery in it, or I want to put a gas station in there, or what, because it's a commercial building there sitting empty. What do I do? And then they'll come in and say, we've got this empty building here, and then it's an eyesore to have an empty building. So I'm.
And we wanna use these NAICS codes that are permitted within the commercial that we had rezoned. And so you could come back and you could ask for parts, or you could ask for, right? And then what is it that prevents us, because we've now allowed this commercial use? We can't, depending on how we lose leverage in terms of our standing of being able to prevent that. Now, there might be safety, general health, different things that come through at the time, but this kind of restriction on the use would, I think, allow us to move forward with something on a parcel that wasn't intended, but maybe makes sense now.
So those are things that you need to consider, because what do you do if you have a big empty building there? You're not gonna like that.
Right. Well, they need to think about that for sure.
Yeah.
But no, that's a,
So, I don't want to give you a solution that you regret in the future. But I also don't want to grant you the ability to put a gas station there.
Right.
And I look at you, I guess, I don't know who's.
Yeah. Does this make, do you get what we're saying? in
Yeah,
terms
yeah,
of-
I mean,
Yeah, I
we understand.
Part of
Even
me feels like and then again, but I'm not a legal expert, but I think somehow tying it to like HOA and whatnot, and maybe putting in a deed restriction
Yeah,
will automatically
yeah,
give you some of that right, because as long as no homeowner would want anything but the defined.
Yes,
Right, so,
right.
I mean, nobody want a gas station, so, I think just the location itself restricts to use, just because there are schools nearby, there is a neighborhood, and homes around it, so, I just automatically restricts it, but happy to
Yeah.
go back and see what we can do.
And then what would that do for you?
Well, then I'm gonna have to study it and see if I have the. I didn't, because I was a hard no, so I didn't really look at that portion.
Right,
But, so I can't really answer that question.
yeah, but as far as the hard no, it would be,
Well, because it is something that's needed. I
it
mean,
really is.
and it makes sense, especially at Cheshire Elementary there, because although they don't have half-day kindergarten anymore, but.
To be very transparent, we had a lot of interest, even the.
I'm sorry, half schedule,
On the daycare.
half schedule.
We
And let
just-
me correct that to half schedule for kindergarten, because it's, you go for 2 days and then every other Wednesday here. So then the other 2 days and then every other Wednesday, which is a very complex schedule. You have to find a daycare or a babysitter or a situation or stay at home, right? And so it's a very complex thing to solve for as a result.
Yeah. my
It's
wife
even
is a
worse
tough one.
than half-day daycare, because
Yes.
if you have 5 days half-day, you can at least coordinate the schedule that way.
Yeah, and once in a while they'll flip it
Yeah, yeah, and we had that,
with snow days and things.
so. And then that resolves, I think that would resolve everything that you had mentioned as well, and then we would just be in the design components.
So I do have
So,
a
yeah,
water question. So is the drainage going into the pond and where's the drainage going for this parcel?
There's a pipe that runs along Pike that it drains into. And that pipe was sized to accommodate this, whatever development's happening there. I don't know ultimately where that goes, if it goes into these other ponds too.
Well,
I mean, we can find out from the civil engineer where it ultimately goes.
Well, that, I mean, it's gonna concern me, but you're gonna address it by the sizing, but
Which they
I
can.
don't think the homeowners association is gonna appreciate having to pay for, because you're gonna petition for a ditch petition, right?
I have no clue what that really means, Ken. I mean, I hear it
Well,
all
the
the time,
county-
but I don't know what that means.
The county engineer is gonna require you to have that on maintenance.
Right,
So that's a ditch petition,
Okay.
although it's not a ditch, that's a ditch petition.
yeah, they want their easement around it to be able to maintain it. Is that?
Yeah, that's a ditch petition.
Okay,
So, because it's a ditch petition, you have to put in so much until it gets up to like 20%. And then it's 2% per year. Well, these homeowners aren't gonna wanna pay for the daycare's water.
right, but I think because a lot of this stuff happens behind, they don't want to pay for it either. So that piece is actually a part of the overall, they usually divide it by acreage on who's responsible for whatever fees from now on out. Otherwise, that guy's a freeloader, right?
Right.
And it doesn't work that way,
Right.
but that's some of the issues that they deal with behind the scenes, that they have to get worked out anyway before they sell that to whomever.
Right. So my question goes back to, is there any retention or detention on this parcel?
No, it goes to that pond.
So it does go to that.
Yes, it
pond.
goes to that pond, so they're part of that, it's one pond for everybody. It's all sized for one.
So what if one's approved and one's not?
Well, we're still gonna have to go back and figure something out regardless, but, I guess that means we would have to come back and look at that separately as a PRD, I guess, or it stays FR1 and we do a tomato stand there during the summertime. Or, I don't know, that's a good question, because we proceeded down this route for a year now, 6
Yeah.
months, 7 months, 8 months now. But was getting positive support, so it would be disappointing, but, if it got turned down, then we'd have to figure out what to do. I mean, that's.
well, and yeah, I mean, we're not there yet, we're just working through it a little bit.
So what is the pond sized for on impervious on this lot?
I would have to ask the engineers that question, but I told them to make that pond a little bit bigger than what it needed to be, because I didn't want to come back to Ken and ask for forgiveness.
Well, that doesn't sound very clear. So what is the impervious surface of this lot?
It wouldn't be any more than 50%, and I doubt that much because it's, a lot of it would be underneath that power line where we couldn't have a building. So it's probably more like 30%.
Could we have a commitment to some percentage?
Sure. And I can find out what the civil engineers use, because they're usually, I don't know what the right word is, conservative. They make it bigger. So then when it comes down to it, their job isn't harder, so they can always make things smaller. So I can make a commitment on the impervious on that
Okay.
site.
That's one.
Okay. Let me break it down. How many square feet is the building?
I think they might average between I'd have to look 5,000 to 8,000 square feet, but if they're talking to people, I'm gonna find out real quick who they're talking to and see what it is. But they're not big buildings, they're like 5,000 to 8,000 square feet. And this is 3 acres. So if I have 30 spaces, that's a third of an acre, and I got a 5,000 square foot building. I don't even have close to an acre covering this stuff, so I'm gonna be well under 30%.
Okay, so you've got 5,000 to 8,000 square feet of the building, and how much parking?
I was just guessing about 30.
Okay, but I don't know what 30 spaces is.
So a good rule of thumb, and it's easy to remember, I didn't remember it since college. 100 parking spaces is about an acre.
Okay,
It's
and that's
close.
inclusive of
Drive
handicaps?
aisles, yes, handicap doesn't add much. It adds 3 feet to a parking stall. We're getting close, is what we're getting right now. But, so if it's 30 spaces, it's a third of an acre, and then 8,000 square feet, so, which is nothing. Real close to that sketch, actually, that was on that drawing. Now, they might have some playgrounds and some other stuff, but if those are either AstroTurf or grass or that, that spongy playground stuff, so. Those are semi-permeable.
I was asking the tactic question of putting a daycare there. I like a daycare, but there's a lot of other things that I could, from a strategy standpoint, argue that could go there. You could put a doctor's office there, it'd be really great, because there aren't any doctor's offices close by. You could put a telephone service center, you could put a mechanics office, all kinds of things that could go there, and I could have the same argument that it really makes sense to have that there.
Right,
Well,
but this is the
yeah.
only thing that this
It's the
literally,
only thing that you guys are requesting, but I do think there's something unique about a daycare, given that it's near 3 schools as opposed to a doctor's office. I mean, this is one of the few places where you have 3 Olentangy schools all right next to each other. And so I think there's a little bit of an advantage to me over a dentist, a doctor, that services adults versus children.
So,
Oh, boy.
oh, boy.
I agree with you. But I don't think a doctor's office or a dentist's office would be obtrusive.
Agreed.
And if a building was sitting empty, I'd rather have a doctor's office or a dentist in there. But I'm not okay with the phone or anything else. I mean, really.
Well, they haven't even asked for anything other than daycare. But I think that you also could easily run into the same issue with a little doctor's office and dentist's office as a daycare related to staffing and building. And I don't see there ever being a need for a long period of time to not have a daycare there. But similar challenges with daycare, I think, would be true of smaller offices like that as well.
If we approve this, and that's a big if, I don't like the idea of the building sitting empty. And I can only think the doctor's office or dentist would be okay for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be okay as an alternative, but I'm not okay with the phone
Anything
thing
else?
or.
Any of the other commercial uses there?
Because that's really commercial, but a parent running to the school using a doctor or a dentist service. I'd be okay with that.
Well, then maybe that's something for the applicant to consider related to if they were to pursue a deed restriction, you know, thinking through what the use is. Not that there's any intent to have a use of anything else, but you would want to come through one time maybe with those
Right.
three uses as opposed to one use only.
Well, and my thought is, the plan would be for only that one use, but the deed restriction would be that they would still have to come in with a
Right,
plan for
right.
the doctor's or the dentist's office.
And the township would have to be granted rights to that deed restriction.
Yes.
Because we don't have rights to most deed restrictions.
So do you understand what he's saying?
How do we give you rights to a deed restriction?
The lawyer does
In the
it,
deed.
he'll have to write it.
Oh, does that mean you're like a party to it and
Yes.
you have to agree to it also or something, kind, is that the legal term? or-
No, it gives us standing, because if we don't have standing, we can't enforce it.
If we have standing, then if a use comes up that isn't compliant with the deed restriction, then we can bring it forward to a judge.
Oh, you get to
We-
enforce
and
it,
we
not
can-
just the property owners. that-
Right,
Right.
exactly.
Yes.
If you go to the duty station, then you consider, okay, they're okay with 4 or 5 things. Maybe it's not
Yeah, we can do it that way too.
the
He's,
advantage.
he's also suggesting instead of being inclusive, are we exclusive and say all the stuff that it can't be used. And I think this is so simple, it's probably easier to do a few things that we're allowing instead of the stuff that we don't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good
But it makes
It's a
sense.
good thought. I mean, yeah, I think since it is just 3 things basically, I would probably do.
Dentist, doctor, daycare.
Yeah.
The 3
DDD.
Ds.
Yeah. And that's for the deed, but the plan that we're approving,
It's only
to
through
his
daycare.
point, is only for a daycare.
And if you wanted a doctor's or dentist, you'd have to
You'd have
come
to
in
come
with a
with
new
a plan.
plan.
And obviously, since it's education centers, so they can be some children's centers, and
Yeah,
education.
I'd be all right with an education center.
I'd have to have it defined.
Define it by the NAICS code and see what you come up with. That'd be for you guys to look up. what the
No,
NAICS code-
So that's a maybe, that's not a yes.
I'd be okay.
That's a maybe.
1-1,
Yes.
whatever he wants. He gets
Yeah.
the win on that one.
I'm sure they don't need this truck. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm the easy one.
You're the easy one.
You're easy until you're not.
You're easy till you're not. Okay, so just for a few things on this, we have impervious surfaces sized out. We have addressed the use code restriction. We have defined the square footage of the building. We have fencing for the playground or pond prevention so that the kids can't run over to the pond and fall into it. We have, parking space limitations to 30. And then you mentioned the similar materials to the school. I want that to maybe be a little bit more specific in terms of, are you saying brick on 3 sides, brick on the sides facing Pyatt or visible from Pyatt? Just a little bit more specificity related to what you mean by similar materials for the schools, because, you know, the school uses a whole bunch of different types of material.
Right,
So-
because I saw some of them, I wouldn't want on the building too.
Right, yeah, so, I mean,
You don't
just,
have the best choices.
yeah, just if we had, like, I think you were meaning the brick, like, and that's fine, but maybe if you can't add any more
Sure,
specificity.
we'll specify more on the materials and how it ties in and.
So that's 6.
So you could even put in a, what's it called, in the face of the building?
Facade, station.
I was just saying facade matches,
Yeah.
yeah.
Elevation.
Brick and some masonries.
The elevation.
Brick masonry, elevation. Maybe just address a couple of those items would be,
Or,
well, address all of them insofar as they're just, you're not giving us anything really specific to react to. So it's a
No,
little bit challenging for us to make a decision to vote on something that we don't really see or know. And so typically the plan includes that preliminary plan that has these things a little bit more specified. And I know that there's some things in flux, so it doesn't need to be, that's why it's preliminary.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be all spelled out to the point that we're talking about CBUs, like how the other plan is a lot more specific. But I think we have to have some ability to react to what you said that you were gonna do, and then making certain that we can enforce that and remain true to that plan.
yep, makes sense.
Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else?
I think that's enough.
So with that, do you guys, how would you like to proceed at this time related to this case?
I think we have the same request as the other.
Okay,
Table that till then.
do you want to do this on the 12th as well?
It's up to you guys. You said you're busy, so.
We're very busy on the 12th with hearings.
But then it takes it to July.
You should, yeah, maybe, if it's just on the PCP, we can go into July, the PRD needs to get here sooner, so.
So this one you could push to July, but the PRD we need to have on June 2nd.
Okay,
So
so
if,
this can go in, this one, the commercial can go to July.
if it makes your schedule easier, that's fine. Because I don't know what your schedule is. If you're putting us on at 6, I know that means you're busy. So.
Well, and hopefully it won't take.
You got it on before midnight, that was a good one. What do we have in
I
July?
don't think we have anything.
I don't think we have anything, so do you wanna do 6 in July, or do you wanna do 7?
7.
7 in July,
July,
it would be, oh, man,
I think July would give time to get the answers.
July 10th.
If we need to touch base, we could touch base at the meeting,
Yeah.
the interim meeting. So that we could do a short session, if you wanna do that at the next one. And then, just to touch base and figure out where we're at. Because if we schedule it for way on July, we can't touch it till.
so why don't we make it then for, do you wanna make it for like 5:45 in June as a touch base? But we have to we have to have it out there, so we'll say 5:45 for the commercial, and then you guys can provide an update. And then that way it's on our agenda, and then we can go into the PRD hearing and continue that, so.
So the idea would be like a 15-minute, not a full-blown, just a touch base if you need something from us or we need something from you.
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Wonderful, so,
If you
move,
got questions for us, we can give you what answers we can give you, try to offer, that's all. That's all I'm suggesting.
Sure.
does that work?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
move to recess and continue, BZC case 23-002
Yeah, it goes for the question.
at the applicant's request for date and time and place certain of June 12th at 5:45 PM at the Township Hall, 3271 Cheshire Road.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call roll. Bullard, didn't you say so? You guys both say it at the same time. I don't. Please call roll.
Bullard. O'Brien.
Yes.
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 So that's July 12th.
June 12th.
Keep it.
June 12th at 5:45 for.
No, but the real hearing for the commercial is July.
But
We'll
we'll have to
probably-
do that at that time.
Oh, then you'll schedule it then, okay.
Yeah, but it would be,
Because technically, if things went beautifully, we could do it that night.
but that next one would be
I
July
got it.
10th.
July 10th.
At 7.
And just for, so when would we need materials to you before that, the Wednesday before? Is that-
No, if we're giving you that much time, I want a week.
Okay, that's fine, that's why I'm asking, yeah.
Just,
My people like to take vacations in the summer.
Well, yeah, so June 30th ideally,
So.
But it may not be that
June 30th submission.
for submission for the July 10th, because there's the holiday And so they won't be able to prepare it for us necessarily.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, good, sounds good.
Okay, thank you all,
Yeah,
appreciate
appreciate
your
it.
time.
Yeah.
You're welcome to stay for the rest of our meetings. Very, we should get done before 1.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I know, I said this would be an early night.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate you.
If you need
Oh,
to-
yes, Chuck, is this direct to you?
That's myself.
Yeah, we'll start setting stuff up tomorrow. And,
Send the PR, send the
I'm
house
putting his
stuff,
phone number in the book.
send the 001 stuff as soon as you can, but we can have it as
Oh.
late as that Wednesday before.
Okay, yeah,
But sooner the better,
most of that's simple, except for.
just the mailboxes, yep. Okay. Have a good night. Thank you, take care, have a good night. Do we want to do a short recess? Without objection, short 5-minute recess? Or-
Just move it.
hit the button, but I was carrying the keyboard too, so I must have hit something on it.
Okay, are we ready? Call back to order the Berlin Township regular meeting for May 22nd, 2023. Okay. So, we now are going to go back up to old business. We were concluding Parks and Trails updates. There's a PowerPoint that I wanted to distribute on our website as well, so I'll put that up. And that was all for Parks and Trails.
Is there anything you need from Marcy, other than lip service?
We have a bi-weekly check-in every other Thursday at 4 p.m. So we'll meet with Morpsey at 4 p.m. on Thursday for that check-in. And if there's any items that are needed at that time.
If you're not getting what you want, let me know.
Okay.
I'll see what I can, I'm not saying I can do anything.
Well, and Morpsey they've been very responsive and very good partners on this project, but I will say the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee has been outstanding. And in terms of keeping things moving along, they were at the Touch Truck event, they were doing the survey, spreading the word to get information that we all need as a board to make decisions for the benefit of the community, so. Okay, next is comp plan update. Just wanted to let you all know, and I had sent that email along. So we got back, so we sent what we wanted to have changed to Scott Sanders, and then what we got back was basically mostly all of the changes that we had requested, but there were a few outstanding changes that we had talked about as a board that were not reflected in Scott's latest draft. So I took the time to compare what the board had worked through to Scott's draft, and now I've sent those edits along to the zoning commission for their consideration, and it will come back to us, of course, in the proper time. And there's some, updates to the staffing, but generally, the main thing is that they extracted all of the county data that is ever changing and, took that out of our comp plan. And so really what we're dealing with is truly the township information. I really like how it's shaping out. I do. And so the zoning commission will be working on through that. The other thing related to that is we do have the zoning text that needs to be harmonious with the comp plan. And there is another Berlin Business Park plan that's coming through. I believe the architectural review board was scheduled on June 7th or perhaps on June 7th, depending on if they get a note taker. And so I do think that there is a urgent and important need to fix what were clearly errors in the Berlin Business Park text sooner than later. So I wonder if we might give the zoning commission direction to consider looking into just those two articles for the business park and making perhaps recommendations as standalone that then we can integrate into the zoning text.
But we could initiate it ourselves.
We could, but they have a list of probably 10, 12 things that they noted that I would love to see their list of changes and have them initiate and then send it up to us for consideration and us change anything that we would want to see changed.
I agree, because I'd like for this to be their plan, not the plan.
I just was trying to streamline it so that it wouldn't hesitate. Because there was other things that I would have liked to have seen them initiate in the zoning text where there's conflicting information, fairly minor, but when we have to address it, it's not minor because it's conflicting.
Right.
And that has taken forever, but it sounds like they're moving on this
the comp plan right now,
No,
and then
I mean the Berlin
the
Business
Berlin
Park.
Business Park. I think that there's appetite for it, and I think that they would want to, while it's fresh in the minds, while we're getting applications, pointing out different things that we need to just, even make just clearer and crisper.
Mhm.
And so, I will give them the direction and see what the chair would like to do, and maybe ask for a general sense of timelines.
Yes, I think that it would be good, and that way you can get a sense if they're actually gonna move on it, then you can wait on them. If they're not actually moving on it, then I think it's important enough that we should address it if they're not.
And the other thing is, could you ask Scott or someone else, I don't know who it would be, the issue that we came up with, or kind of identified or kind of solidified, was the NAICS codes. We don't mean by creating a zoning district, as a neighborhood or planned commercial, that everything that's in that list should be available for that site. What we need to do is figure out a way that we can limit that. That's the first thing. Second thing we need to do is we need to have a set of standards that goes with each one of the NAICS codes, or some way to deal with those. Because I don't feel comfortable that we driving trucks and doing that sort of stuff. That's not a good list. We need to have, for each of the NAICS codes, technically, we ought to have something in the zoning book that identifies that.
Is there a sample zoning text that does that?
That's what I don't know. That's why we're gonna ask somebody.
I can certainly follow up with Scott. I think I see him this week.
Do you understand what I'm asking for? Or
Yes.
maybe,
Yeah.
let me change that. What am I asking for?
So what you're really saying is,
Because-
with each of the permitted uses under the NICS codes, what are the standards that are the parameters of what's allowed in those various?
If you get a dog kennel, what do you do with that one? And I don't wanna the book would be.
Well, and it could be this big if we could copy paste from somebody else who has a very efficient, effective code, but.
Well, it seems to me though that if you have, because we have hundreds of code uses, if you have, let's say, a dog kennel, then we should go out and see what the standards for dog kennels are.
But if somebody's already done that work,
Yeah,
I mean, that's like a good teacher finds a good lesson plan and
right.
shares it, and
If it's available, but I don't want us to come up with it necessarily, because that might be a code that's never requested of
Right.
us.
I agree with
I
that
agree with
too.
that, but the thing is, we can't write a code specific to this application. After this application comes to us, we could have written a code on daycare centers a year ago, and done everything we want to do, so, you can write it from 7 to 2 or whatever you want to do, and however you want to do it, and that sort of stuff.
Understood.
But we can't really invent all of that now, because we're inventing it for that application.
Right.
And that's why Scott's so important, because there's gotta be a way to identify how you do that. Or maybe he can list the criteria, the traffic going in and out, the hours of operation, all those sorts of things that would apply. And maybe we can come up with some general ones that we could use.
Yeah, I like that. And then that kind of also does stave it off a bit at the pass, because they go to Delaware County Regional Planning first. And so they come in with those things already identified, maybe comments from regional planning that is considered by the other respective parties that are looking at the application. So I like that. So I will chat with the chair about the Berlin zoning text and just get a sense. Because if they can't get to it, then we should initiate, is what I'm hearing. But it would be nice if they did have bandwidth and could get to it to initiate and give us a sense of the timeline. Of course, things are subject to change. So, okay, we've already taken care of fire department. That brings us to fiscal officer items.
We need more money appropriated for Reinhardt. My recommendation.
Okay,
I never remember the name of it.
Reinhardt Legal Services.
I move that we approve appropriation of an additional $25,000 to Reinhardt Legal Services.
Second,
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion.
to be managed by,
I would. If the
He's
board
still the
thinks-
liaison. Designee.
I don't think that needs to be part of the motion, but if you want it in there, that might be.
I just
helpful.
wanna know who's managing it.
That would
Well,
be-
he has the managerial responsibilities
I
related
think
to
we
this
defined it
case
all
all the way
before.
through this year.
Yes, and yes, to the end of this year. Then it sunsets and it's no longer me at that point. But that also includes TIF, that's not just,
Maybe I won't run.
Okay, please call roll.
O'Brien,
yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes,
Anything else for the fiscal officer?
Well, are we hiring Jackie or what are we doing with that? We have to give her a hire day, or pay and all that kind of stuff.
see, I'll sit down with you, we'll figure it all
Okay. And then you can bring it
Approve it?
forward. Yeah, we have to approve it.
out. We'll have
Yeah,
to
bring
approve
forward.
it and all that sort of
Yeah.
stuff, but I don't know when. And I don't know what powers and stuff, I wanna sit down with her and talk about the way she wants to do it and that sort of thing.
Okay, but we should do it. at
Well,
the
just
next
know that
meeting.
she's been doing a lot of stuff and not getting paid for it, so.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, then we should-
she's going around with her dad now.
But she should be paid for that
I
time.
know, I told her that. But she's not in any hurry on that, so,
Okay.
But I would like to take action at the next meeting.
okay, this meeting or next?
No, next meeting.
Next meeting? Yeah, next meeting I'm fine with.
Okay.
This meeting I have to conduct something.
And she has paperwork.
I gave it to her.
Yeah, so she'll bring in the paperwork. That will be a good time to have, hours, all that
Mhm.
set up. And we do have a job description, which is nice. Okay, anything else for the fiscal officer?
Yeah. You guys got the email about the workers' comp claim. Do we plan on doing anything else with that?
Yes.
Workman's comp or unemployment?
Do you want to do anything else with unemployment?
No, we're gonna spend more on that than what we're gonna pay out. On legal fees.
Okay, do I want to? I want to. Do I think we ought to? I don't think we ought to.
That's the exact feeling I got.
Same. Okay. Well, then the matter's wholly on hold.
I just cut to the chase.
Yes.
Okay. We already did cemetery. Was there anything else with cemetery? I think we covered everything with cemetery. We had lot sales, file cabinets, cemetery name. This is a hugely productive meeting related to cemetery. Great job, trustee O'Brien. I think that's gonna be an enduring name. I will be the one reaching out to the prosecutor's office on that, right?
Larry was really pleased with the work that the roads guys did.
Great,
Concrete foundations and that sort of stuff.
wonderful.
We're done.
All done?
Pretty much.
Well, no, she's,
There's nothing left on here, one thing.
I have quite a few late items, but, I mean, a couple.
And you would ask me to look at getting another truck. And we talked with Peterbilt, and what Peterbilt said is they don't know. They think the delivery would be 15, 18 months, something in that range. And they won't guarantee it.
I don't like the last part.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you what we got from Peterbilt. He said from White, we could probably get something quicker and a little bit more guaranteed. We have to.
But what do we need and want?
Pardon?
But what do we need and want? I don't want to just go with.
Well, the Peterbilts have been working really good for us. And the ODOT, Jesse's used to the flight from there. He's worked with those before.
That's not a real endorsement, so.
I know. So we will continue to work with them this year, just have some over. I think it's just talking.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. And that was for cemetery. Was there anything else for roads? We passed the apparel policy for you, for your guys.
We've ordered the signs. If you'll tell us what you want on
Welcome,
the
son.
welcome sign. we'll
I
figure
got
that out.
that. Yep, I got that one. I'll work on. Okay. Trustee items. I have some items for late items I'll bring up, but nothing for trustee items. Zoning department, ARB applicant, yes. Bring this up. Do you have that printed off for application? And we said,
She seemed highly qualified.
yes. Was there anything that you guys wanted to consider?
I'm pleased that she wants to do it.
This was the applicant for the architectural review board.
Yeah, she's the one that's got the Lewis Center Mill, I believe. Yeah, Lewis Center, yeah, I read it.
Yeah.
Sounds like she's really qualified. Or
Okay.
she's really good at writing resumes.
Yeah, I think she would make a great fit. Okay, so let me look this up. I should have had this amount before, but do you happen to have the rate for architectural review board? And the organization meetings. Oh wait, we weren't paying them at the time. They were making the same rate as the zoning commission members, is that right?
I defer to the minutes.
Yeah, there we go. It's 36 though. 3382.
Okay, and then we tentatively have the start date, we tentatively have an ARB meeting on June 7th.
It's June 7th.
It
June
is.
6th.
June
7th,
7th.
Wednesday.
Were we able to get a note taken?
Yes, I reluctantly said I would do it.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate that.
Why we hire people from out of state.
Okay, well, so move to appoint Vanita Cheek to the Architectural Review Board. Oh gosh, I have to do the two things.
Is that person filling in that unexpired term?
That's what I'm looking up right now.
Ron's position, wasn't it?
Did we do them for you for several years or just?
We were
Yeah,
doing
they staggered.
rotating, yeah, we were doing staggering years, so let me just look real quick on here.
I'll be happy to appoint through the end of the year and then at that time, figure out where we're at.
Yeah, but there's a legal problem with that though.
Pardon?
There's a legal problem with that. You can't do that.
Why can't you?
Because it's for an unexpired term and because it's like removing them before the end of their term.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Makes sense.
Is there a definition on the terms for architectural review board? Okay. I didn't know there was.
I don't understand why I'm not saying this. Okay. Okay, so we have, we declared trustee Bullard's position vacant, so it would be through December 31st, 2023 anyway. Okay.
But it's because of that, not because.
Yeah, not because of, yeah, right. So, move to appoint Vanita Cheek to the Architectural Review Board, with a term that expires December 31st, 2023, at a rate of $33.82 an hour, with the date of hire being upon successful completion, the day after successful completion of necessary paperwork.
Somewhere in there, you need the words for the unexpired term.
Replacing the unexpired term vacated by trustee Boulder.
Second,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion?
did you say her name?
Anita Cheek.
No, I got no comment. I've read that, it looked great.
Okay,
Yeah, I think she'll be a good addition to the board.
I agree. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes,
Okay, so next step for that is I'll send her an email congratulating her and looping you in on that email, Claudia, and then get her the paperwork and get her squared away. Hopefully she can have the time also to review the material for the June 7th meeting and be available at that time, but I will send an email related to all that. Says it's time we stand. Okay. Anything else for zoning? No. Okay, future meetings.
we got the emergency meeting, next month, second Thursday of the month, I think. And then, I got, because I want to maybe, but we've got the, Delaware County Township Association meeting coming up.
I haven't gotten the invitation to respond.
Oh, I
Should
did.
be on.
We just got one, yeah,
Oh, today?
No,
and last week,
last week.
Donaldson, I think it is.
Scott Donaldson, yeah, check,
I'll check my junk mail.
yeah, because I had it not come through for a couple months. And he double checked and there was a typo in my name, no shocker there, but got it fixed.
I noticed in here, there was a typo in your name.
They can't seem to get the spelling of my name right at regional planning. That's all right. Okay,
So I'll email you if I can't find it. It isn't in my junk mail.
we'll email Scott Donaldson.
I don't know that I have his address.
608, June 8th, at the Brown Township Hall.
Can you forward that to trustee O'Brien?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Send it to everybody.
Any future meetings for you?
You should have it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, late items.
Okay, first one is, road right of way.
This is Tiffany Jenkins, donation of land, road right of way for the,
Hang on, Jeremy Holly,
yeah,
and what he called me, and I talked with him, and he said, was this gonna be a gift? And I said, I don't think so. And so I had him send me all the information, and I haven't had a chance to study it, maybe you guys have.
Well, I looked at it a little bit and I had a little bit of a concern on what they were giving us $0 for. And that was for 4 point some acres. No, 0.4 some
point,
acres.
yeah.
And so what I think, I need an attorney to tell me if my thinking is correct, but I'm thinking what they're really saying is they're wanting to take possession of the land in fee simple. And what they currently have is an easement.
Yes, that is what they're saying.
And they're saying fee simple from an easement is worth $0. I don't think so.
No, they have, I spoke with Tiffany Jenkins very briefly about this. They have a valuation on this
For $0, if
property.
you look at it.
Well, that's what though, she said that they had they did have a valuation.
Something that's not in.
That's
in this
not
email.
zero.
That was not in this email.
No, that's what we spoke of, but she was hoping that we would donate it.
Oh,
Who's-
well, that
someone
was,
one-
that was very kind of her.
Yeah.
Now, here's another issue that I have. And again, I really need an attorney to tell me this. But it sounded to me like we were giving away, not only the land, we were giving away the easements that we have rights to somehow. And I don't know if that's the Delco thing.
There's two things that they're looking for. This isn't the Delco fund. This is the,
I know, but what I'm saying is they're wanting us to, for $1 and other valuable, to renounce our easement rights that we have, and I don't really understand what that is.
Mhm.
And I was wondering if that's the current, Delco with water, because remember, when, a utility has a right under Ohio law to put their utility in road right of way for free. They don't have to pay anything.
but they're responsible for moving them.
That's the point.
Mhm.
And so what it sounds like to me is that we're giving away that right of them having to move it to a point that if they have to move it, we have to pay for it. That's what I think I'm not liking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't know
I
if that's what it says, but it's in legalese, and we really need Tony to come here and explain what it says. Because I think that's what it's saying, I don't know, and I don't like it. But if it's, not that, then maybe I'm okay with the language. And it seems to me that both are playing us, they're both playing us, that, okay, Delco is saying, well,
You're
you
not
have to
gonna
give
water.
us free easement,
This is it.
or you get no water. And I'm saying, well, we give you what we gave you before, and they're saying, they said, oh, it's the same as what you had given us before. And then when I say, will you commit to that, you heard what they said.
Right.
No. So I would call it prevaricating.
Mhm.
And I don't like that. And if he had made a mistake and said, oh, I made a mistake, I get that. Everybody makes a mistake. But I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was prevaricating. And then I don't trust anything that came from them. So
The way I read it, and I may have read it wrong, was we got a meter and a line coming to this building. And somehow or another, they gotta relocate the meter, and they've gotta do that. And it may be that we don't have to have as big a water connection, which could cut our water bill if we went with a smaller water connection for this building. So we need to look at that, number one, or part of it. But that was what my understanding of what they were asking.
well, and I was okay
They
with
don't have a problem with that.
Well, I was okay with that until they were saying, well, but then really what it comes down to is if you want sewer to go through there, it's gonna cost us an arm and a leg. So they want something new in there that we're gonna go around it with sewer if we have to have sewer that we didn't have to do before. So I'm thinking that if we have to grant that to keep the water, then the county should pay us for what it would cost to reroute sewer, because that's what's the real cost to us is.
Yeah, and well, we've got sewer hooked up and that sort of stuff for this building.
Yeah, but what if we add to it, or,
We're gonna have to, we'll put the other building else, we can do that.
So,
I mean, we shouldn't have to play with the sewer, but now like if, and the folks down here, Chet and Linda got sewer across the front of their lot. And then everything to the east was covered. Everything from there's like one house right here that didn't get the sewer, maybe they did at the corner. And then it went across to this development over here to be able to tie into the sewer line. So, and then it never ran along here along Cheshire Road. It ran in that development and up that way. So we didn't tie in there, where we tied in was over here, Berlin Manor. And they put a tap there for us. That's how we got in.
Oh, yeah. Now, another concern that I have is that we are giving away the rights to what's underneath what we're giving away. And my understanding is there's a major culvert that drains the cemetery. And I want to make sure that that is not,
Not played with, yeah.
yeah, because that, I mean, we'll have a swamp back, we'll have a
We'll have a Fairview.
Fairview. It's exactly what will happen if that gets messed with. And so I want to make sure that we preserve our drainage. Because if we sell it to them, we've sold it to them, they can do what they want.
And you're right, we gotta get, and the prosecutors are the ones who give us the information.
Do you think that you could follow up with Tony on this matter?
I will.
But let
I
me
will not like it, but I will.
Thank
let me get down with a couple of things first.
you. Just do that.
Tony, before- Oh, yeah. We've got so many questions and issues like that it's just difficult for them to keep up with.
Yeah, and this is not actually an easy,
No.
This is not.
but they're trying to say, here, sign this.
Yeah. And they didn't get that from me. I didn't tell anyone on that, and you saw the question I asked about the lead and that sort of stuff, you know, it's just.
Okay, so because if I am, okay, let me ask this question first. Do you want me to follow up with Tony only, or do you want me to follow up with Tony and Delco and the town?
All three.
Okay. So
Because
can
I feel like you see it
Okay,
in its totality. And so, you know, she came to me, then Jeremy went to him, and Philba, you know, and
so
then we
can I
can-
have a resolution authorizing me to be the one to deal with it so that they actually have to deal with it?
Let me say, I could do it, but I'm not spun up to speed on it, you're up to speed on it. And it was just more efficient if you just go ahead and do it.
Now, let me tell you too, that when it comes down to it, I may make a recommendation that I don't like, because we've gotta have water.
Sure.
So I may say, I'm mad as can be, but I'm going to vote for this and recommend voting for it, even though,
you don't want to and don't like it.
but we need to have water.
Well, I didn't like that response because I felt like it was like, oh, hey, what's up with the easement? And then it's like, well, we want the same thing as before. Well, then you don't get water. You're like, there's gotta be something more to this, which I think that you'll be good at uncovering.
About 10, 15 years ago, the state made a change where the streets, like all these developments, the streets are ours. Okay, they were transferred to us fee simple. We don't have a right of way. We got the street. But it belongs to us. And I don't understand why they did that, because like I got Old State Road and lived there a long time and all that. I've still got, I own all the way to the other side of the road, and I'm paying taxes on it all the way to the other side of the road. And I've got, given a right of way to the state or to the county to be able to put, like you'll say in there. But the new thing is, they don't have it, they don't own it. You know, we own it. And I think that's probably what they're trying to do out here.
Well, because I wondered why, because when I was at, Eric was of the opinion we always wanted to have an easement and not the fee simple. And I tried to get him to explain it, and it didn't make sense, and when it doesn't make sense, there's always a reason. But I gave up.
Well, the thing that's different is we're over on Hyatt's Road. Hyatt's.
Okay.
We got the county commissioners to vacate the right of way.
Hyatt's Road A, or
Yeah,
123.
Did that little
Yeah.
little jog. they vacated the road, people took ownership of it, all that sort of stuff. If we own it, they can't vacate it.
Well, if they vacated it, it would come to us as just land that's ours.
If we got the right of way, but if they own it, or if we own it, we can't vacate it. We gotta sell it or do something else with it to transfer it, because we own it.
Yeah.
It's not like we're giving it away or giving right away or anything else.
Yeah.
That's part of the difficulty of the question.
So
I still
move
need
to appoint trustee O'Brien to deal with easement and acquisitions related to Delaware County Cheshire Road widening, as well as Delco water easement requests, and authorize him to discuss matters and execute any documents on behalf of the board.
And advise the board what the results are.
And advise the board of the results.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other thing related to that somewhat was I asked Tiffany Jenkins about fiber and the implications of the widening of Cheshire to the fiber. And she had mentioned that she was under the impression that matter was resolved months ago. And that the cost and all of this related to trying to put fiber underground was probably so significant that the recommendation was to explore fiber on the lines. So I'm not sure if there was some miscommunication, but I had thought the matter was still up in the air, that we were waiting on the county for
I
that.
think there was non-communication.
Okay.
I don't think they communicated that at all.
Well, she seemed to be of the mindset that it had been communicated and resolved many months ago, and was surprised that when I indicated we were kind of waiting to hear what they recommended. And so recommended looking into that with the company, and that likely cost would be pretty exorbitant to put it underground.
I do remember this, that they said it was going to take so long to figure it out. We recommended put it on the poles.
Okay, that she said, she specifically called out the cost this time, so maybe that would be something. So do you want Chief to look into fiber on the poles and exploring closing our loop?
I will talk to him about it and report back as to whether I want to do that at the next meeting.
Very good.
Because if he has so many things on his plate that I want him to accomplish, that is not
That's fair.
a priority.
That's not the priority.
But I will explore it because he has dealt with it, so I don't want to take it from him. But if I'll report back.
Yeah, that's fine. And that might be a matter that an assistant chief could also take up at the appropriate time if we move in that direction. Okay, any other late items from the board? I
Well,
have two more, but
what I was looking for was the thing from, that I forwarded you about the Farm Bureau meeting at Skinner's.
oh yeah.
And that's coming up in June, pretty quickly.
I need that, yeah, thank you. I do want to attend that if I'm available. Anything else, trustee Board?
No?
Okay, I had two items. One is just a quick update. I received a resume from a gentleman who's been in the township for a number of years and had indicated potential interest in serving as the fiscal officer. And reached out to him, and we had a great discussion. I said, well, if you want to talk any more about some specifics about, how do you get the petition started or those kinds of things, let me know. If you'd like to come and meet with the board, meet the current fiscal officer, let me know. And so he was appreciative for that opportunity and said he would get back to me.
Sounds good.
Um,
I do think it would be good for him to talk to quality, so he knows
Absolutely.
what, because a lot of times, unless he has experience with it, people don't really know what the fiscal officer does. And
Mhm.
so if he runs, I want him to be clear as to what the role is.
Yeah, and I think that that would be good. I don't know if you would have time to meet with him. What? Yeah, it depends on when, yeah. He does know the fiscal officer well in Genoa Township, so he has some connections there. And then he does know, one of our former fiscal officers as well. He knows Teresa Cannon.
Oh.
So, I don't know where he's at in terms of, because he had sent that email a few months ago and, you know, different things come up, and so I don't know where he's at, but if he's interested, I'd like for us to be willing to speak
Well, we
with
need
him.
someone, so,
Yeah.
and it would be good to have someone who's qualified.
That would be true
It isn't always
for the fiscal
so.
officer.
Okay.
So, and I think I forwarded you his resume. Did I?
You may
To
have,
help her, or
To potentially run for fiscal officer.
I've also heard of somebody else that might run, so.
Oh, okay.
so it'd be good to have you chat with them both and maybe let us know what you think.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
June 23rd.
June 23rd for that one, okay. I just am forwarding it to you. Okay. And then the other item, is the building storage.
What?
The building storage. So I didn't see, my understanding of where we're at is we have to post for open bid. We have to post to receive
Where
open
we
bid.
are right now is I've written up the spec, I've written up the set of standards, and it's a request for proposal. I put that in Tony's hands on Thursday, and he said he wouldn't get it back to me today, call him tomorrow. Okay, and that's to try to be able to get that. And what I asked him is this legal and does this meet the competitive bidding standards? So he was gonna let me know that.
Okay,
That's where we are with the thing. Assuming that it's okay, as soon as he says it's okay, that will go on the website and then we will publish a note that says we're asking for proposals for that and put that in the paper and the specifications will be here at Township.
so, okay, so, and then we have to have it for 14 days posted.
Yeah, something like that. He'll tell me for sure.
I think the ORC said 14.
You can get by, depends. You don't always have to do that. You
Okay.
can do it for 30 days, you can do it for less.
Well, my concern is the timeline with the proposal. I mean, we're already behind, and I'm not sure, I mean, do we need him to say what is an okay posting to
Yes.
post for? Why is that?
I don't know that we have to, but I would, because that's one thing that the prosecutor's office keeps us out of trouble on. And it's actually something they do all the time, so he should not have a problem on that task.
Mhm.
Because they want us to go through them for this type of thing. It's actually their area of specialization, I believe, don't you?
And then what I expect is to receive bids that we've already received. I don't expect anyone else to bid on it because we're such a small building and such a small thing. And people really don't like dealing with dollar contracts.
But it'll make us legal, so we gotta.
Yeah, and that,
we gotta
I
jump
absolutely
through.
wanna do that, but I don't know that we need, if we meet all the criteria for what posting is, do we have to have them to do it if it's gonna cause delays? And, if those delays are then going to translate into, you know, the rapid increase of costs of the construction because we've waited so long and we're not on the schedule and now we're getting into winter, and then it's gonna cost $50,000 to $60,000 more for the building.
I totally get it.
I don't,
I totally get it.
and it feels like we've waited a long time.
I agree with you completely, but we've got to do it for their schedule. It's the only thing I.
On this issue, I totally agree with trustee Boyd. And I understand completely what you're saying.
Even if it costs us $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 as a township, because now the cost of concrete has gone up 20 to 30%, and the cost of, right?
You are so right, but
All right, we're all right. All right, then that's all I need to say about it. That's fair.
We'll be,
But ORC does say 14 days, so if we can,
so he should tell us that.
Mhm.
I mean, because that is his area of specialty.
it should be.
Should be.
Call Tony
Okay.
tomorrow. I got the questions.
So I will wait until Thursday before I call him. How's that? Is that fair? You guys get what you want before I start eating.
oh, mine's real simple. I'm just telling him.
So, but I'm telling you, I'll call him Thursday.
Okay,
Don't slow him down.
so you have a Jeff Gordon call and a Tony call tomorrow. Okay. That was all for me for late items. Did you have any late items? Interesting. Okay. And then with that, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Please call roll.
Rand,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
One of the.
I need to take this real quick.
You got anything for us, Chris?
Nope.
Okay.